We're waiting for a refresh from IT, so just one moment while we get set up. Good afternoon. I'm going to start the meeting at 1:40. First, we'll call to order. Roll call. Commissioner Flick, present. Commissioner Jordan. Commissioner Lunn. Commissioner Stieg.
Here.
Commissioner Stewart.
Present.
Commissioner Wittry.
Present.
Thank you. First, we'll read the formal public hearing rules. The City Planning Commission has established certain rules governing the procedures to be followed at public hearings. Before speaking, each person shall give their name, address, and state whom he or she is representing. Proponents for the proposal will speak for a period of 10 minutes. Each speaker shall be allowed a maximum of 2 minutes. Opponents or other interested parties will speak second for a period of 15 minutes. Each speaker will be allowed a maximum of 2 minutes. Opponents will not be allowed maximum of 2 minutes. Proponents will be allowed for a period of 6 minutes for rebuttal. Each speaker shall be allowed a maximum of 2 minutes. Opponents will not be allowed to rebut. No material, written matter, photographs, maps, etc., will be accepted by the commission or its staff at any time during this public hearing. This procedure shall be followed except at such time when the presiding officer shall, with the approval of the commission members present, extend such time. And with that, we'll start with the adoption of the August 23rd, 2022 meeting minutes. Looking for a motion.
Metairie will make a motion to adopt the August 23rd.
Commissioner Jordan will second.
If there's no discussion, I'll call the question.
I saw that. It's have a, no, don't be sorry. Somebody sealed you. Yeah, I think pretty much everyone got it.
There you go. Vote your machines, please. Great. Meeting minutes approved. First zoning docket is zoning docket 4122.
Hello. Zoning docket 04122 is a request to permit a commercial short-term rental in the CBD 5 urban core neighborhood lower intensity mixed-use district and the multimodal pedestrian corridor mixed-use overlay district. The subject property, unit 406, is located within the 731 St. Charles condominiums and provides approximately 1,090 square feet of living space. The staff notes an error in the staff report regarding the first proviso, which requires the applicant to provide 3 parking spaces and bicycle parking. The applicant is providing 1 parking space and bicycle parking is not required. Therefore, the first proviso should not have been included. The applicant is seeking to enable the use of the property as a commercial short-term rental. The applicant is not proposing any changes to the existing structure layout. The proposed commercial short-term rental use is compatible with the character of the neighborhood, meets the standards of approval in Article 4 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, and is consistent with the master plan. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of zoning docket 04122, subject to 3 provisos.
Thank you. I have 1 card for Ashley Robinson. State your name, address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Ashley Robinson. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Mark Foran. 650 Poydras Street, Suite 2705, New Orleans, Louisiana. 70130 is my address, and I'm just here to answer any questions the commission may have about the application.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant or of staff? No, thank you. It's the only part I have for this docket item. Well, that's all the speakers. I'll close this portion. Looking for a motion from the commission.
I move for approval of this application as recommended in the staff report. I don't have it right now in front of me with the provisos. With the 3 provisos.
Second.
A motion by Commissioner Lund, seconded by Commissioner Stieg. There's some discussion about your machines. 5 yeas, 1 nay, motion passes. Next is zoning docket 6322.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Text amendment by City Council motion proposes to prohibit new hotels and motels and to allow commercial short-term rentals as a permitted use in the CBD 5 urban core neighborhood lower intensity mixed-use district. Both are currently conditional uses in the CBD 5 and are consistently recommended for approval by the City Planning Commission. For hotels, the motion seeks to analyze whether an ideal number of hotels might have already been achieved. For commercial short-term rentals, there is already a regulation limiting the number per residential building, so there may not be any value in the conditional use process. Hotels can provide many benefits, including jobs, increased tax base, lively streetscapes, ground floor neighborhood amenities, customer base for area businesses, and revitalization of historic and non-historic structures. They also bring traffic and deliveries and may reduce the residential presence that contributes to the district's sense of place. Some CBD 5 residents feel that hotels are an overly intense use and that there are already enough in the district. Commercial short-term rentals are proposed to be permitted uses because there are already regulations in place limiting commercial short-term rentals to 1 unit per lot or building or 25%, whichever is greater. The City Planning Commission conditional use review does not provide any benefit that is not already provided by the Safety and Permits Department for the other 6 central business districts. The limitation on the number of commercial short-term rentals in a building is a simple mathematical calculation. While there may be difficulties with enforcing short-term rental regulations, the conditional use process ends up being a penalty to those property owners who are playing by the rules. Allowing commercial short-term rentals in a residential building can be an incentive for new residential development in this area that is subject to mandatory inclusionary zoning. The MIZ regulations require that at least 10% of rental units be provided at an affordable rate in a new residential building with at least 10 residential units. Staff recommends allowing commercial short-term rentals as permitted use in the CBD 5 district, but adding a standard that they must be for new residential buildings with at least 10 residential units, triggering the mandatory inclusionary zoning requirements. Such a standard may also be warranted in other zoning districts. CBD 5 district may be the most vibrant of the CBD districts based on its location within the heart of the CBD and its concentration of residents contributing to the sense of place. However, the staff's land use survey shows there are still improvements that can be made in this district with the redevelopment of parking lots, surface parking lots. The CPC staff believes it may be premature to fully prohibit hotels in the CBD district. The staff recommends restricting new hotels by establishing standards, including a 1 per square standard, along with other standards to allow exceptions when the hotel may be less impactful to the residential presence and beneficial to the pedestrian experience. This limitation in the CBD 5 district may also encourage developers to look at other areas of the CBD with an overabundance of surface parking lots, such as the South Rampart Street corridor or the area around Charity Hospital. So staff recommends modified approval.
Thank you. I have a number of cards here. I have two cards in support. I'll start with Lorraine Devo. Apologies for the. State your name and address, please.
Good afternoon, Lorraine Denbo, 744 St. Charles Avenue, 7 New Orleans, Louisiana, 70130, I believe. I'm here in support of keeping hotels in this area. It's a CBD area, Central Business District, not a CRD area, Central Residential District. And with where this area is located, where there is a lot of commercial, we're close to the convention center, to the Superdome, and to a lot of amenities that revitalizes our downtown area. Where if you take away the rights to put hotels in this area, you have empty buildings that'll sit. It's already saturated with a lot of already residential apartment complexes. So in all fairness, I think that we should be allowed to keep the hotels that want to come into this area. I don't think it's going to hurt anybody, and it'll help to deter crime because of the movement of people in the area. And the people that come in will also add to the businesses because they'll do business in the area. It's a central business district and it should be allowed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next card I have is David Baker.
David Baker, I represent the Denvos, address 909 Poydras. Might have been a mix-up. We're against the ban on hotels
I see.
for many reasons, but I'll keep mine short since there seems to be a lot of cards. We believe that banning hotels will have a very negative effect on vacant properties and other commercial properties in the area. This is one of the most restrictive areas of the CBD compared to the other areas of the CBD. And we believe this motion does not incentivize residential development really in any way. It merely bans hotels and does not really promote growth for the area.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who has not submitted a card that is here to speak as a proponent for the docket? My first card for opposition is Mike Sherman. And Mr. Sherman, if you have anyone in seating time, just let me know who.
Thank you, Commissioner Mike Sherman. Nicole Bell is ceding time to me. Mike Sherman, 800 Barone Street, New Orleans, Louisiana, here on behalf of a coalition of property owners led by Gravier Development in Wayne, Dakota. Now, our office is in the heart of the CBD5, so we know this district well, and we come before you a lot for conditional uses for hotels in the CBD5. We're proud to do so because those hotels bring more people, more investment to our area, and awesome ground floor uses. Many of the restaurants, coffee shops, barber shops, salons, fitness centers are in the ground floor of newly developed hotels. We should encourage this in the CBD5. Respectfully, and I agree with the last speaker, no property owner should have to hire our firm or any other firm to construct a hotel in the central business district. This is where the master plan suggests hotels should be in the CBD5. Now, I want to thank Mr. Kramer and the city planning staff for an awesome, thoughtful report to walk back this prohibition on bans. We do have a few recommendations on the report. First, we think hotels could be a permitted use. If the conditional use mechanism is maintained, we need to completely exempt vacant parking lots, as staff suggests they should be encouraged to be redeveloped from any of the use standards, such as the density limitation that's proposed. That's number two. Having only one hotel per city square is almost tantamount to a ban on new hotels. I mean, the 800 block of Barone has almost nothing to do with the 800 block of Carondelet. We're a great walkable neighborhood, but the city square methodology as a density limitation doesn't work. If there's any density limitation, vacant parking lots should be exempt and a block face limitation should be used. And third, restaurants and bars and food and beverage outlets, that's why we work and live in the CBD. That's the great part of this neighborhood. We should take out the recommendation by staff that bars and restaurants be eliminated from the ground floor of any hotels. Those are wonderful uses. And those, in fact, are the neighborhood serving uses. I want to point something out. As a city, we've banned more than 2 restaurants on a block facing the CBD5. So a coffee shop can't be on the same block as True Food Kitchen. A pizza shop can't be next to a coffee shop. That's never what was intended. We've banned bars. They're a wonderful ground floor use when done properly. We have a de facto ban on residential. I think you'll hear from some speakers today. MIZ hasn't worked. I put a public records request in. What I got back was that 0 units have been created from mandatory inclusionary zoning, not a single unit. The numbers don't work. We give a density bonus in the CBD5 where there's no density limitations. We give a parking waiver when there's no parking requirements. MIZ was well-intentioned, but we now have experience and it hasn't generated any units. If we want more residential, which is a good thing, let's create incentives for more residential. But banning hotels doesn't create residential. Incentives for residential creates residential. I appreciate the opportunity to be before you. We ask you to either make hotels a permitted use or at least keep them as a conditional use and remove any of the limitations if you're putting a vacant parking lot into commerce as a hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. Bobby Talbot.
Good afternoon, Bobby Talbot, 747 Magazine, Suite 7, New Orleans, Louisiana, 70130. Our office is on Magazine Street. We back up to the CBD. Our family's been in the real estate brokerage business for years, with my father starting the company and my brothers and I continue it. So we've done a lot of work and spent a lot of time in the CBD and have done a lot of brokerage opportunities. So since COVID, CBD has really been challenged. There's not as many people on the street. It doesn't have the vibe that it used to. So we don't need to do anything that discourages investment. If you noticed, and I know you pay attention to it, most of the new quote hotels are really buildings that are built, they build apartments and they have a hotel license to get around the 25% STR restriction. We also know that there's many buildings in town that were office buildings that are now hotels, that are now apartments. So we have a building for a property for sale, a lot now, that before COVID, they were getting ready to pull the trigger on a 30-unit property with a hotel license, but they were building it as apartments. And one of the investors told me, hey, if this thing doesn't work out with a hotel, because that's really not what they've done, we can always sell them as condos. So the inclusionary zoning is stopping any residential development. Our firm's done a lot of brokerage work on selling condos, and we've had some success, but it's very expensive to build. The numbers are tight, and the absorption is tough because it takes a long time to do that. So we're not seeing any activity, and we need to make sure that there's nothing that's on the books that limit hotels and limit the opportunity to invest in the CBD, because as you know, meaning hotels and CBD5 are conditional uses, and they still have to come before you to be able to develop. So I just want to encourage us, let's try to make downtown the best. Let's make sure that we don't do anything to limit investment in the CBD. Thank you.
Thank you. Hope Sherman.
Hello, I'm Hope Sherman. I live at 1539 7th Street. I think we've heard a lot about why hotels are good uses in CBD5, and I agree. I want to talk more specifically about residential use. I have been involved in real estate in multifamily development and redevelopment for more than 30 years, worked across a significant portion of the country in a diversity of neighborhoods. In fact, over the past few years, I developed 2 pretty significant multifamily projects here in New Orleans, one in the Lower Garden District, one in Mid-City, which is how I ended up living here, fell in love with the city during that process, came to the city and formed a company, Hope Housing Partners, to focus on multifamily and most specifically workforce housing. We purchased 836 Barone Street a few months ago with the intention of creating multifamily housing. And what I will say specific to hotels is that banning the use of hotels is not in any way going to create opportunity to create multifamily housing. It doesn't impact the development choice about multifamily housing. They're basically separate and apart. However, an impediment to creating multifamily housing in the city of New Orleans, regardless of if it's market rate or workforce, is the ability to attract capital. That's both debt and equity. For both debt and equity capital providers, the city has some significant hurdles to getting them here. And restricting commerce is going to further inhibit the ability for capital providers to want to come to the city. There's a lot of perceived risk here. And so that pool of capital is small and it becomes more expensive than developing in other cities. That's a huge impediment to multifamily housing to start with.
You're at 2 minutes.
That's it. Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Don Randon. State your name and address, and you'll have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Don Randon, 825 Camp Street, New Orleans. I'm president of Don Randon Real Estate. I've been a commercial real estate broker in Louisiana for over 40 years. My company has been involved in the sale of over 25 significant buildings in the CBD and warehouse district. These buildings were converted to hotels and condominiums. The conversion of these buildings from Class B and C office buildings, A, caused the occupancy rate of other operating office buildings that were previously experiencing lower occupancy rates to rise. In other words, a consolidation of tenants. B, caused ad valorem taxes to the city coffers to rise significantly. C, caused hotel motel taxes and sales taxes to the city's benefit to rise significantly, and created many jobs from housekeeping to management. And lastly, improve the infrastructure of our treasured asset, tourism. Interfering with further development of hotels would be likened to limiting cargo ship traffic or cruise ship traffic on the Mississippi River, or reducing as opposed to enlarging the size of the Ernest Morial Convention Center. Please keep in mind the tremendous ripple effect that these hotels create. The concerns of those that are against the proliferation of more hotels should be assuaged by the strict controls in existence by the city and the HDLC. Please do not harness one of the best assets we have for our city. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Hurst.
Good afternoon, commissioners, and I want to note that Avery Foray has ceded her time to me. Rebecca Hurst, 800 Barone Street. Precedent has proven that hotels often lead to other neighborhood serving uses such as fitness centers, coffee shops, small-scale retail, which are the quality of life uses that attract residents. Just to provide 2 examples. The Sexton Hotel on the 800 block of Barone has a Nola K restaurant, a hair salon with coffee shop, and Mayweather Fitness. The Ace Hotel has Parker Barbershop, multiple restaurants, multiple retail shops, including Defend Nola and the Lavage Coffee Shop. Without hotels, those ground floor uses would not exist. The ground floor commercial creates a sense of vibrancy, which is a critical safety element, eyes on the street. Vacant commercial bays and lack of any activity in the evening is a recipe for increased crime. As someone who personally works in the CBD and is often around after dark, I have felt safer as more commercial uses have emerged with the opening of the Sexton on our block. If the goal is to attract more residents in the CBD, people must want to live downtown. Foot traffic, dining, and interesting retail invites residents. Hotels play a large role in this. The CBD 5 is already limited in what commercial uses are allowed. It is the only CBD zoning district where bars are prohibited. It is the only CBD zoning district where you can only have one restaurant per block face. Because of these limitations, the CBD is handcuffed in its development opportunities. Vacant spaces, underutilized buildings, and undeveloped land will continue to plague the CBD. A healthy CBD deserves a 24-hour live, work, play environment. The CZO encourages ground floor uses and in fact requires 25% of the ground floor to be commercial in the multimodal overlay district, which most of the CBD5 is part of. Now, to the recommendations from staff. The staff report perfectly encapsulates all that is above. The well-researched staff report carries all of these good planning theories through the recommendation. You couldn't state it better than the quote, "Hotels can provide many benefits, including jobs, increased tax base, lively streetscapes, ground floor neighborhood amenities, a customer base for area businesses, and revitalization of historic and non-historic structure. However, we do believe it misses the mark in that it further limits restaurants and bars in the CBD5. Restaurants and bars increase job, increase the tax base, creates a more lively streetscape, add neighborhood amenities, and increases the customer base for area businesses. Because of this, we'd like to request the elimination of the restaurant and bar limitation in the newly proposed standards. Thank you.
Thank you. One last card, Zach Smith.
Good afternoon, commissioners. On behalf of, my name is Zach Smith, on behalf of Zach Smith Consulting, 530 South Norman C. Francis. Just generally speaking, I'm always a little frustrated when people are looking to have bans of any sort, especially kind of across the board. We're looking at an area of town where the underlying zoning district, and of course we know it for what it's been developed as, what it continues to be utilized as a business district. When we take away uses that are fundamentally part of business districts and those adjacent spots, it should always be something that we would look at with great concern. On a kind of technical note, this motion has been moving through, and since then there's been a kind of fundamental shift in a larger policy related to the topic overall related to transient uses. And generally speaking, I'd always love to see a pause on anything of this sort until that more comprehensive review that the City Planning Commission has now been challenged with related to fundamental short-term rental regulations. To see something that kind of comes along this way that's kind of a ban, it could potentially be upended or changed or altered in the next 6 months. It would seem kind of prudent to let this thing essentially not move forward until that happens. And to echo on the Sherman Strategies Group, I've always been just a little confused by how in the central business district of we all claim to be the culinary capital of the world, we have a restaurant ban of one per block face. It's always been one of the most confusing things to me as a citizen of this city. So thank you.
Thank you. That's all the cards that I have. That would conclude the speaker portion. Are there any questions for staff?
Yeah, I have a question or two for staff. So, Mr. Kramer, if we were to recommend denial with the sole exception of making permitted use for SDRs, but deny everything else in the motion, what would be the effect? Where would that leave things with respect to hotels? They'd be a conditional use. And where would that leave things with respect to restaurants and bars?
So yes, it would leave hotels, motels as a conditional use in the CBD5 district. There are no use standards for hotels in the CZO. So that is sort of why part of the reason why you see every recommendation from us being for approval for hotels in the CBD5. And so I think that the motion, even if prohibition is not allowed, I think that the council was looking for there to be some standards by which to evaluate, since there's this discretionary process, conditional uses in the CBD 5. So if you were to deny that part, it would just remain a conditional use with no standards. For the commercial short-term rentals, if you approved it, it would limit commercial short-term rentals to buildings that have newly residential buildings that have at least 10 units and are thereby triggering the MIC requirements.
And what about bars and restaurants?
Oh, bars and restaurants, because they are accessory to the hotel, they would not count towards the limitations of section 17.3B4.
So they would not count toward the one per block?
Right.
Okay. Because what concerned me is the, it's hard for us to fashion new rules from up here. Just for me personally, the recommendations of the staff seem to me to be a little too restrictive, from the one per block as opposed to block face, et cetera, et cetera. And that's why, I'm not prepared to craft new standards just sitting here. And you're saying that right now there are no standards. So we're left with either creating standards from up here, accepting the standards that staff's recommended, or going back to the status quo, which is no standards.
I suppose a third option would be a deferral where you asked us to tinker with the standards to make them less restrictive.
Okay. So I can ask our new counsel, is that's a permitted option, a deferral with a request to staff to come back with something slightly different?
Yes.
Okay, I think that answers all my questions.
I guess one of my questions would be, wouldn't that come up as part of the master plan process anyway that we're about to embark on? Is something that we could address as part of that?
No, not as what the staff is recommending it. The staff's recommending only open the future land use map for amendments. So this is really the most restrictive future land use map category that covers CBD 5 out of the entire CBD. So it's already, that's already the most restrictive of the plum categories in the CBD.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions?
Yes. So hi, so for Mr. Kramer, it's also what was the criteria for arriving at one hotel per square block? Yeah.
Well, if you look at did a land use survey, and so if you look at that, that is generally what is in place now for many of the squares. I think there's about 7 squares that would cover the CBD 5 district that don't have hotels currently. And as I mentioned in the intro remarks, we're also we're encouraging hotels elsewhere in the CBD. The CBD 5 district only covers a little over 8% of the entire CBD, and there are certainly plenty of other locations throughout the CBD that could be that need new hotels more than the CBD 5.
Okay. And of the 12, the 6 existing, the 6 that are in development, are any of those over 100 units?
No.
No, none are over. So it's just being consistent with the scale that you're recommending, less than 100 units.
Right. We have 2 hotels, I think, that are over 200 rooms in the CBD 5, and then everything else is under 100.
Okay.
I think.
What would be required to address the increasing the number of restaurants per block face? Would you be able to answer that?
Yeah, I would think that should be looked at more holistically. I think that the speakers made some good points about because it does restrict you to one restaurant of any type. So you couldn't have the ice cream shop next to the standard restaurant. So I think we'd be open to looking at that restriction for the entire CBD more holistically.
That would be done by request from us?
Or you could always put something like that as a part of your motion, but it's not something that we could do in this zoning docket. It would be on the scope of this zoning docket.
How would it? then get a
So
motion?
if I could just jump in, if you all were to include, as Paul suggested, in your decision that you wanted to direct us as staff to convey your thoughts to council and to the administration, we can certainly do that. Either property owners or the council are the only ones who can submit a zoning docket. So we can certainly, though, convey your thoughts to them
Would that be by separate motion and vote here?
if you choose to do that. Yes.
Okay, just wondering how to do it. Yeah, okay. And and then also I know that Mr. Sherman had recommended a different way to look at how to determine the number of hotels if you're going to limit it by some kind of criteria, and I didn't hear, so I guess this might be a question for him to ask him to repeat. What was the criteria you were proposing? Are you here, Mr. Sherman?
I think he had referenced an exemption.
The exemption
any
for the parking lot,
criteria.
for parking lots.
Right.
Thank you, Commissioner Lund. So a two-part answer. First is staff in the report encourages reuse of vacant lots. So we think that a clarification that a hotel that would be coming out of a vacant lot would be allowed without any of the density limitations. And then separately, for the standards that staff is weighing, right now, the standard is once the 1 per city square is reached, hotels would be generally discouraged. But you could still apply for one and be discouraged. We think that on each block face, you should be able to have one before they were discouraged.
Versus square.
Correct. And then separately, an exemption, surface parking lots are both prohibited in the CBD5, not permitted, not conditional. So those should be exempt from that standard.
Okay, okay, thank you. I understand it. Thank you. That was all of my questions.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion. And Mr. Kramer, help me word this. Well, it'll be easier. I'm going to move for deferral with the request to staff. But first, let me note, we haven't heard from one resident of CBD5 who wants this ban.
They exist.
So I just note that nobody's here for it, and we've heard several people who live in the area. So I'm going to move for deferral with the request that staff draft standards that would apply to hotels if those hotels were to remain conditional uses to replace the vacuum that currently exists. And we've heard that there are no standards. I guess I'll leave it at that. I don't think it's appropriate for us to give you the specific, or is it, council? I mean, for example, if I thought it would be better to have one per block face instead of one per block, do we get that granular in a motion like that? Seems like not to me. I'm getting looks of consternation, so I'm going to leave it at that. So the request the motion is for deferral with the request to staff to submit back standards that would apply to hotels in CBD5 as a conditional use.
Got it.
I think that covers.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Steig, second by Commissioner Stewart. Is there any discussion?
Is there a timeline on the deferral?
I think it would have to be a month because I don't think 2 weeks is, I mean, it's a pretty big task.
We're on deadline actually in 2 weeks. So
Well, then you have a big task, but it's on deadline.
don't worry, we'll get it done.
Okay. If there's no discussion, we'll vote machines. Motion passes. Motion for deferral passes. Next up is zoning docket 64.
Commissioner Blake, before we move on,
Sure.
but I'd like to, if I could at this time, then put forward a motion to make a recommendation to city council that consideration be taken up about the limitation of one restaurant per block face. And it's in all of the CBD, right? Oh, just CBD 5, right? And no, just, that's my motion. Bob, anything?
Question on that?
I don't think I have a question unless.
No, I have a question.
Oh, okay.
There's also mentioned the bars. Did you want to include
Oh,
that in
I'm
there as
sorry.
well?
Yes, restaurant and bars. Just for them to reconsider that and take a look at it closer. If it's really serves the purpose intended or inhibits commercial viability, life, vibrancy downtown.
Thank you, Commissioner Lowe. Is there a second? Commissioner Jordan seconds. I don't have this up on our machine because it's not a docket per se. Oh, no, it is. No, that's 6422.
Oh, sorry.
Is there any discussion regarding Commissioner Lund's motion? If not, we'll call the question and we'll just do this by hand vote. It's an alternate motion, or it's not an alternate motion, it's an additional motion.
I would frame it as a resolution of the board.
It's a resolution.
So instead of a motion, this would be a resolution. I would like to put forward a resolution.
Not to confuse it, but a motion to introduce a resolution.
Introduce a resolution. No, that help is helpful for me to know. Okay, a motion to introduce a resolution to the city council to consider the matter.
So it's moved by Commissioner Lund and then seconded by Commissioner Jordan. This still says zoning docket 64, sorry. Shall we just do this without the machine? Okay. So motion by Commissioner Lund, seconded by Commissioner Jordan. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Aye, unanimous. Yes to the resolution for motion. Thank you. Next up is zoning docket 6422. Commissioner Stieg is recusing himself.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. This is a text amendment by City Council motion, which would delete the current text for the SCC South of Convention Center Height Overlay District and replace it with entirely new text and an expanded area of applicability. Stated purpose of the proposed CCN Convention Center Neighborhood Overlay District is to promote development of the land adjacent to the convention center and overlooking the Mississippi River to create an inclusive, walkable, mixed-use and mixed-income neighborhood that provides public benefits such as open spaces, district-based stormwater management systems, the incorporation of traffic analysis and planning for all multimodal transportation opportunities, affordable and workforce housing, and building design standards tailored for the development. This is to be principally accomplished through allowances for height, bulk, yard, area, parking, and uses similar to those found in Article 17 Central Business Districts. Proposed text amendment and expanded overlay district includes more permissive land use allowances and increased heights to be permitted by right. The entire area is currently within an MU2 mixed-use high-density district. A portion of the proposed overlay is also within the current South of Convention Center district, which allows height up to 400 feet through the plan development process, whereby the applicant provides affordable housing, public parks, open space, and contributes to transportation and transit improvements. The applicant proposes a new overlay district that allows liberal use permissions, consolidated design standards, and increased height and density with assurances to provide linear park and affordable housing, and without a discretionary review process requiring City Planning Commission review and City Council approval. Many proposed structures would undoubtedly trigger the comprehensive zoning ordinance's CPC staff level design review requirement based on their size. Applicants have plans to install a linear park along the extension of Convention Center Boulevard with additional public open space in a central location, construct affordable housing beyond the current requirement, reserve space for public transit that may include a riverfront streetcar extension and or bus rapid transit, and contribute to transportation solutions for both existing and increased traffic. However, the specifics of how these would be provided are only partially developed. The staff's main concerns with the proposed overlay are providing permissive and increased entitlements without specifics on how transportation and transit improvements will be addressed. Under the current overlay, these issues can be worked out in the plan development process. Traffic is presently an issue on Chapatula Street as this is a truck route serving all of the port's uptown facilities. Additionally, Henderson Street off of Chapatulas is a route for trucks serving the convention center and the cruise ship terminal. Passenger vehicles also use Henderson Street to access the cruise ship terminal, the Port of New Orleans headquarters, the Tulane River and Coastal Center, and Mardi Gras World. In the future, there should be access via Race Street serving some of these wharves. Developer and or convention center would be responsible for the street and utility construction to serve the new development projects on the sites owned by the convention center. The overlay district is appropriate for increased development entitlements due to its industrial development pattern, prime location, need for development, and separation from low-density residential development. If the transportation and transit needs of the new development can be addressed, this area could essentially serve as an extension of the central business district's exposition, historic, commercial, and mixed-use districts, and would benefit the city's economic development with jobs, an improved tax base, affordable housing, and redevelopment of a long underutilized area on high ground. The staff's recommended modifications are intended to address these concerns. The staff recommends modified approval authorizing some of the proposed permitted uses, such as stadium and outdoor amphitheater, as conditional uses. Staff also recommends an intermediate step to approval of the building heights above the base zoning district. This intermediate step requires the submission of a development master plan that would identify the particular uses and square feet of each and requires further traffic plans and traffic impact analyses before permits for higher heights can be granted. Staff would also like to correct two parts of the staff report. In table 18.2, there are the front yard requirements, the lettering of the different requirements by square should be lettered A through D and not I through L. Also for table 18.3 maximum building height, the staff recommends a correction to match the proposed heights, but in the staff's format, which would mean square bounded by Convention Center Boulevard, Calliope, Henderson, and Chapatulas at 200 feet, square bounded by Convention Center Boulevard, Race, Uterp, and Chapatulas at 85 to 400 feet, subject to line of sight setbacks shown in figure 18.8. Squares 21B and 22B bounded by flood wall, Orange Market, and South Peter Street at 400 for square 220 or for 21B and 200 feet for 22B, and square 23B bounded by floodwall, Market, South Peters, and St. James Street at 125 feet. You note that some of the squares in this table include square numbers and some do not, and this is because square numbers are expected to change with re-subdivisions and property dispositions and acquisitions that'll be part of future development steps. So to reiterate, the staff recommends modified approval.
Thank you. I have a number of cards in support, over 20. If anyone's going to recuse time, please just let me know at the start of your presentation and we'll keep track of these. We'll start with Nicole Weber.
Good afternoon, Nicole Weber, 2131 Bienville Street, New Orleans, 70112. Ron Lazel and Laura Barth both filled out cards ceding their time to me. If that is permissible, I appreciate it. Thank you. We have a lot to cover. And so what I'll do is provide an overview of the development, everything that I can in a very quick nutshell, go over a few of the amendments at the end. We do have copies of the written amendments, and if the board or the commission feels it's necessary to suspend the rules so that you can have a copy of the written amendments before you. I think that would just make for more efficiency of time and avoid confusion. And the two amendments that that Paul Kramer just noted are also included in here and highlighted. So we do have that to provide.
I'll move to suspend the rules so that we can accept these documents. Ms. Weber?
Commissioner Witry seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
So back in 2019, we started the River District Neighborhood Investors Group, and that's made up of Louis Loricella, Michael Meredith, who are here today, who will speak on certain topics, Tara Hernandez, Sean Barney, Brian Gibbs, Chris McGuire, and myself, and along with our construction and PM affiliates, along with our PM and construction affiliates, thank you. We developed, if you don't mind going back to slide 1, please. Thank you, Stephen. We developed a plan, and we have been consistent and intentional with that plan. It is a mid to high rise neighborhood consisting of about approximately 27 to 40 acres of land that is owned by the convention center. We went before the board in 2019 and were approved, qualified to move forward to the next step. And in March of 2020, we submitted our plan for this neighborhood, again, being consistent in our plan and what our vision was and our master planning consisted of is the same today. And in 2020, we were presenting a sustainable neighborhood, and that pandemic surely proved that having a mixed-use neighborhood with affordable workforce housing is something that is necessary and needed in the city and can pass the test of time, certainly through a pandemic. So here today, we are here because the underlying zoning is MU2. The CZO, the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, does not contemplate for such a large land mass. So we took a note from institutional campuses that have utilized broader zoning mechanisms in order to have flexibility in their development. And through that process, we're asking for waivers and uses that are more compatible with the mixed use agenda that we have, as well as waivers on bulk and height, yard regulations, more consistent with like a CBD, parking exemptions are also included. And most importantly, what was already in place was a height overlay district. And so we're amending that existing height overlay district. And what we're providing in place of that is public benefits beyond affordable, beyond added green space, which are part of our development. And Michael Meredith and my other team members will speak on those items as well. But we are offering stormwater management from the get-go. So a district-based stormwater management, multimodal transportation enhancement, and technological advances in digital infrastructure and cogeneration energy systems. Again, everyone else who knows a lot more about it and they're experts in that field will speak after me. But I want to talk a little bit about, because we're offering these public benefits and because we're asking for a unique overlay district so that we can build and develop our neighborhood, what are the review and the purview processes? And the staff has done an excellent job on pages 45 to 61. They have laid out, and Paul briefly went over that, they have laid out a process not only just for if we have a conditional use, but for permitted uses. So anything over 85 feet will have to submit a master plan. And that master plan will also include a traffic impact analysis, which is very important. And we will have to work with the Port of New Orleans, with the Convention Center, and with the Department of Public Works and City Planning in that traffic impact analysis. And that must receive approval before any construction plan is issued. And in addition to that, anything over 40,000 square feet or along the corridor of Tchoupitoulas will have to go through the design advisory committee process. So we're not asking to thwart the democratic process. We're not asking for anything other than an internal process so that we can develop our master plan as it is and still have the purviews and the check system that we need to make sure the traffic and other things are falling in place and that we're not putting any concentration that is not thought out already and planned for. So in that, I will briefly go over the amendments. that are described on this page. How are we doing on time? Okay, great. 2 minutes. So for the First Amendment and the permitted use drive-through facility, the staff had recommended or had not included that. We are asking for a permitted use for drive-through facility, and that would be only for, and the footnote adds that this portion, only for financial institutions and retail goods establishments that dispense medical or pharmaceutical. So for banks and pharmacies. And we've added an additional step that any drive-through facilities that are located within the overlay district shall be located behind structures, so out of view from the public right of way. And I've added a note to describe that a little further. The Second Amendment is for outdoor amphitheater. The staff recommended that this be conditional. We are asking for it to be permitted with another footnote, so a restriction on that, in addition to the use standards that the council is now voting on, I believe this week, and that will become in effect. We're asking for outdoor amphitheater to be prohibited within a radius of 600 feet or less from a residential district. And what that does is it provides along the east or the riverside of Chapatoulas. That would be the only area where an outdoor amphitheater would go. And that is part of our master planning process and the traffic impact analysis and other things that we would have to turn in for the development, including the design overlay, design advisory committee review. The last item for uses that we're asking for is the permitted use for outdoor live entertainment, secondary use. And this is because we have this unique opportunity. The staff even notes that we are outside of any low density residential areas. We have a unique opportunity to incorporate outdoor live entertainment into our buildings and into our infrastructure. And for a very unique position that we're in the historic core of the city, we have an opportunity to start fresh and to start new with the construction. I see I'm out of time. So again, there's a few more just technical amendments that we've added, but I went over the crux or the ones that are really more substantive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Michael Meredith.
Good afternoon, Mike Meredith, 507 English Turn Drive, and I've got a wonderful opportunity to talk a little bit more specifics about our affordable and workforce housing plan here. And I want to make mention that this is both affordable and workforce housing, here at this development. And if I would talk about how important that is to our city, I'd have to line everybody up to see their time to me. We don't have time, so I won't dive into that. But what we've done here is a super heavy lift, and we needed help along the way to be able to do that. Our city is dry of affordable housing. It's been a huge gap, and multiple organizations have highlighted that. And our team and collective has addressed that in this master plan with over 450 planned workforce and about affordable housing units within this development. Just as a context, affordable housing, as we describe it, is for folks who make 60% or below AMI. Our workforce housing is folks who make between 60 and 120% AMI. And why that second group is important is because there's no subsidy to support that. So while there's dollars for affordable housing, our teachers, our firefighters, our policemen don't have the subsidy to be able to have housing in some of our urban core areas. Some of the plans that you see here today make this an awesome neighborhood. And oftentimes, folks who don't make the market, who don't make the AMI, don't get these amenities. How can you guys help us with that? Again, helping to offset some of the densities that we need, allowing additional height for risk adverse on some of our projects is very important for us to be able to continue along our workforce and housing plan. We've stepped up and gone after this gap. The state has stepped up with the tax credits. The convention center has stepped up for discounted rents. And we all need these pieces of puzzles to be able to go forward our plan for workforce and affordable housing. So you guys play a big role, and ladies play a big role in that. This is not just a request for us to make better development, but it is a pure request to allow us to do more affordable workforce housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert Ty.
Yes, good afternoon. Next two slides, please. Thank you. Robert Ty. I'm a Louisiana architect with Gensler Architecture and Planning, Houston, Texas. Address is 909 Fannin Street in Houston. So we are the master planners for the River District. And we want to thank the CPC staff, especially Mr. Kramer, for all the detailed work and dialogue throughout the process. Appreciate the ongoing dialogue also. We want to state we strive to create cities and neighborhoods that deliver highest economic, social, and cultural values. And part of this for the River District, as Ms. Weber had mentioned, is we want to highlight 4 public benefits that are under urban design best practices. The first one is publicly accessible open space. So the neighborhood that we're creating has a linear park along Convention Center, Riverside of the Convention Center Boulevard, along with a centrally located park. And that's vital to urban design. Number 2 is district stormwater management. Again, very critical for the city of New Orleans to make sure, and as the aggregate whole, develop that within the whole neighborhood. Number 3, as was mentioned previously, is multimodal transit and traffic analysis. Again, very critical with the idea of the 20-minute city and be able to walkability for live, work, play. And then number 4, as Mr. Meredith had also alluded to, is affordable workforce housing, mixed income. Again, very critical to the live portion of any neighborhood. So furthermore, I want to state that all these benefits, again, contribute to the idea of what is a 20-minute city, the idea sort of walkability within a half-mile radius. All these strategies are best urban design strategies include height along the riverfront and also height that screens elevated highway structures. With that said, I want to thank you for your time and our fellow members will continue.
Thank you. Todd James.
Good afternoon, Todd James with Broadmoor, 2740 North Arnold Road in Metairie. Thanks again to the planning staff. I'm gonna just echo the same points as Nicole and Robert, just working with Paul and Bob and members of this planning staff. This has truly been helpful, and I really appreciate the chance that we actually had to develop this in unison and really come up with the best package to move this forward. But I'm here in my role to help manage and support the ongoing design process is related to the master planning efforts that were just outlined by Robert Ty with Gensler, and a long list of consultants, some of which are here to speak following me on the ongoing infrastructure planning efforts, including how we push for a smart infrastructure and smart digital infrastructure for this area. As Robert mentioned, the planning principles that were implemented here are heavily focused on the public benefits that have appeared before you on the screen and throughout the body of our text amendment. But I want to take a moment to focus on how key elements within the text amendment are critical to making this neighborhood work. By way of modifications to the use table, we've now provided opportunities for district-based energy systems, which can support a resilient neighborhood and protect our environment through the reduction of CO2 emissions. You'll also notice a long list of proposed modifications to the area setback requirements and design standards. With this, we can create opportunities to connect the convention center's linear park to our development. This also promotes the public open space requirements and is critical to the activation of that walkable community. Some additional benefits that come from this proposed regulation also create a space that we now dedicate for the future expansion of RTA's proposed bus rapid transit system. This will allow for public transit to come to the front door of our development and to be used and shared by residents and visitors alike who come into our smart neighborhood. Now, to address what has been one area of concern for many, traffic. You're gonna hear from Mr. Lafante, who's with Stantec shortly, on how we continue to expand our traffic study area so we can create a baseline model that will help to feed how our future traffic plan efforts can be reviewed through design advisory committee process.
It's time.
Sorry.
2 minutes goes quick. Wes Michaels.
Hello, thank you. I'm Wes Michaels, Spackman Mossett Michaels, 1824 Sophie Wright Place in New Orleans. I'm the landscape architect on the project, and just here to talk a little bit about some of the green spaces that are going to be integrated into the project. One of the big things is the linear park and the extension of that really great pedestrian corridor that goes all the way from Harrah's down at the casino, all the way into the neighborhood, and the creation of a large, generous linear park with lots of mature trees that are managing stormwater along the way. The other components in the project are a series of pocket parks and smaller courtyards that are areas that will allow people to have a very good pedestrian experience into this neighborhood. The idea is to use native plants and use these plants to manage stormwater throughout the project. Some of the other pieces we talked about the district-based stormwater management. I think that's really key because this project is a model for stormwater management in that it's managing more stormwater than our typical CZO calls for. It's not only managing the stormwater on the parcels itself, it's collecting and managing and treating the stormwater that falls on the streets, which is often outside the purview of a typical stormwater management plan. It's centralized, and it's dispersed. It has a series of rain gardens, it has permeable paving, it has plantings, it has underground storage. So it's a district-wide plan that is really unique for New Orleans, but also is really effective. So there's a lot of other people to speak. I'm here to answer any questions if anyone needs it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ian Tucker? Ian Tucker?
How are you? My name is I am Kristen Tucker. I'm the president and CEO of Ilse Engineering. We're at 5130 Chapatulas. We are in favor of the project, of course. There's a quote that I want to give right quick. There's a bank owner in New Orleans East that always gives a quote that he says, "It's always better to be on the design side than the behind side because you know what happens on the behind side." And I am just proud to be a part of this team because they included me from the beginning of the project for the right reasons. Not because we are a DBE, not because we check boxes, but because we're the most qualified firm for the job. And that's something we're very, very proud of. And so that distinction is important to us, and it's a good example of how to do business in this city. Just to quickly elaborate on what our role is on this project, we're working alongside Bow Brothers, helping develop the plans for the utilities that are going to be involved with the River District. And we're also working alongside Wes Michaels, who's just up here on stormwater management planning, which we have a lot of great experience with. And you've probably met my lead engineer, Ronnie Schumann, who has been in front of you for the same thing. We're also very well positioned because of our projects with other public agencies right now, dealing exactly in public coordination and public transit utilities, in coordination of streets, routes, and things like that. So we're very value added on it, but we're proud participants and supporters of this project and in doing things the right way. It's iconic. I'm proud to be a part of it. And thank you for your time.
Thank you. Joseph Lafonte?
Hello, David Phelps has ceded his time to me. Good afternoon. My name is Joey Lafonte. I'm a traffic engineer with Stantec. Our office is at 1340 Poydras. And we've been working on a traffic study for the River District. The two main goals thus far that we've been looking at is one, to look at the internal street grid, the extension of all the existing streets through the development area, and to complete the urban fabric, complete that street grid here. And then in the second part is looking at the existing roadways on Chapatula Street and Calliope and elsewhere to look at potential improvements to existing traffic issues that exist today. As part of the study, we've collected a large set of data, traffic data, counts, speeds, travel times, and then we've coupled that with industry standard estimates for how to estimate the additional trips, vehicle trips that will be generated by the development, as well as other developments nearby, such as the Market Street Power Plant and other things in the area. Through the study, what we found is that the internal streets can be set up a certain way where by completing that street grid, we actually help reduce the traffic burden on busy streets today, like Chapatulas and Calliope. And then on those existing streets where your primary uses, you have things that are not going to move off those streets. We know that things such as port traffic there's a good bit of commuter traffic and other uses, that there's improvements that can be made to those to help those roadways also in the future. And so what we've strived to do is identify the range of improvements, kind of a scale of improvements that might be associated with the river district for those roadways. And I think we've accomplished that. Now we've had a lot of good open communication throughout the process with different stakeholders such as the PW, the Port, Convention Center, and RTA, among others. And we're still receiving good input from them, which we appreciate that. We value that. As far as additional roads they might want to see included in the traffic study as we move forward, types of mitigations that we might want to include. And so we're starting to develop the plan to kind of finish out this baseline traffic study that we've talked about. It's a timely time to do it as the development plan starts to get a little more formalized. We start getting a better idea about what might go on each parcel. And we're going to develop this baseline traffic study. And then once that moves forward to the actual development phase where we know exactly what's going into parcels, we start with the height requirement, right? If it's over 85 feet, we'll do an additional study to supplement the baseline study. That new study will check on things like access, circulation for the actual plan for that parcel. So all the stakeholders have a chance to look at it, say, okay, this is an appropriate way to handle the traffic for this parcel. And then when there's special uses, like we talked about Amphitheater or other uses which might have traffic outside of your typical peak times, it gives us a chance to look at specialized operational plans for those, so that everybody can be comfortable. We know how it's going to operate. There won't be any surprises once this stuff comes in operation. I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Richard McCall, followed by Jeff Schwartz.
Good afternoon, Richard McCall, 6019 Annunciation Street, New Orleans. I'm here on behalf of Centrio Energy. Centrio strives to provide reliable and cost-effective energy solutions, which place the company at the forefront of sustainable energy in the South. Our current district energy plants provide chilled water and steam for heating and cooling to customers like LSU Health Sciences Center, University Medical Center, and Louisiana Cancer Research Center. We were selected by the River District team to provide district energy services and related sustainable energy options to the proposed riverfront development. The River District is envisioned to be a model for resiliency and sustainability. Centrio is working with RD&I to explore opportunities for a microgrid that will provide redundancy and resiliency in a force majeure event. This will be the first of its kind in the greater New Orleans area. The Market Street Power Plant itself provides an opportunity to use current river water intake for reduced water consumption and energy consumption in heating and cooling. We're also exploring a broad range of options to support RD&I to reduce energy consumption, including solar PV and electric vehicle charging stations. Centrio is currently the only company with a franchise agreement which allows our team to effectively run pipe under city streets for district energy, eliminating the need for timely permits. The proposed text amendment will allow for district energy infrastructure to be a part of the development plan. And it's our collective goal that the River District will be a model for sustainable design. We support the proposed text amendment for the Convention Center Neighborhood Overlay District that will create an inclusive, walkable neighborhood and transform this area along the riverfront. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you pursuing any certifications as it relates to sustainability? Anything official like a LEED or a WELL?
I'll defer my last 20 seconds to Todd James.
You didn't think that was going to pop up on that one. No, that is something that we're still considering right now as we advance our initiatives. It may tie into how we qualify for further federal grants. So LEED may be a component as well as some other initiatives.
Great, thank you. Jeff Schwartz.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Happy to be here representing the Office of Economic Development. Our address is 1340 Poydras, Suite 1800. I'm Jeff Schwartz. I'm the Director of the Office of Economic Development. I'm here today to offer our support for the project and the proposed text amendment. Our office has been working very closely both with internal agencies and departments, as well as a lot of the public sector partners, other stakeholders, as well as the development team, obviously today. I'm glad Richard had to go first after the parade of folks here in support. It's safe to say the River District is going to be a catalytic project that's going to help achieve a number of multiple and substantial public benefits, including affordable housing creation, economic development, transit and transportation improvements on a long dormant site. All of these things are obviously strong priorities of the administration and my office. And I want to emphasize at the highest levels, what I think we have before us today is a path forward. I want to commend my colleagues at the CPC staff, who I think have really threaded a needle in proposing this revised text amendment. I think it creates a clear path to entitlement for the RDNI team, while ensuring that the city has the ability to enforce that the project is going to meet these many public benefits and provisions at key decision points. And so I think it really, again, threads that needle. Projects like the River District don't come along very often. They're incredibly complicated to put together. And I think this text amendment is a critical next step in bringing the project to fruition. As with any large scale project, there's a number of key stakeholders. And I just want to emphasize again that the city is very committed in next steps going forward from today to working with each and every one of them. That includes the convention center, the port, DOTD at the state level, Tulane University, and many others internally and externally, including DPW, the Regional Transit Authority, and of course the City Planning Commission, as well as stakeholders on the ground. There are three main improvements that I want to highlight, which I'm going to run out of time. There's about 6,000 jobs and over $1 billion of economic activity that will be associated with the permanent improvements at this site, as well as $43 million in new tax revenue when it's fully built out. That is an incredible number, and urge you to support this text amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Michael Sawaya.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Sawaya, 7258 Ring Street here in New Orleans, and I am the Convention Center President of the Morial Convention Center. So this is a very exciting day to be here before you. 20 years ago, the Convention Center Governing Board, the Exhibition Hall Authority, purchased land for Convention Center expansion. 40 acres of land cobbled together over the course of several years. Hurricane Katrina hit. The demand, the need for more exhibit space changed dramatically, not only in New Orleans, but around the country as other facilities were developed. So the authority found itself with a need to develop land that it had invested in to the best use of the community. That's what the authority's mission is: build facilities that create economic impact and demand for the convention center, but for the impact and the greater good of Louisiana and New Orleans. So today, we're here in support, of course, of what it takes to make this happen, to make this vision come true. The national convention industry has changed dramatically in the last 20 years, and we've fallen behind. This development will solve a lot of issues that help create sustainable demand for New Orleans. You know, the competition is hyper competitive around the country. Our ability to create new things to take to market, to make people want to come to New Orleans and to keep us as a top tier destination is key and critical. So this is the first great step to that. We hope to come one day soon with a hotel development as well, but this mixed use development creates a new opportunity that solves a lot of issues. Affordable housing, one of those issues that you heard about today, and one that we're excited to support and invest in as well. So an exciting day for New Orleans. Thank you.
Thank you. Louis Loricella. And I have a card that that Allison ceding time to you.
Yes, as well as Lisa Love has ceded her time to me as well. Good afternoon. Louis Loricella, I'm managing member of River District Neighborhood Investors, 1200 South Clearview Parkway, New Orleans, Louisiana. When we set about to pursue this project, we had a very clear vision as to what the River District would look like. We were going to create a new neighborhood that was unlike anything New Orleans had ever seen. it was first and foremost going to be anchored by residential that would be available to all New Orleanians. Then we were going to fold into that residential component a mix of entertainment, office, retail, and services, both to help attract more and different visitors and to enhance the quality of life of the River District residents. Finally, we were committed to robust, multifaceted public benefits and deep, sustainable economic impact. I trust you will acknowledge that our plans achieve just that. Let's recap what you've heard today regarding the River District. As to public benefits, fully 50% of our newly constructed residential rental units will be dedicated to affordable workforce housing amidst a new and exciting mixed-use development. Here, we collaborated with Mike Sawaya and his team to further the interest of our convention, tourism, and hospitality industries by offering residential opportunities to those folks who are the backbone of those industries by helping them live near where they work. Next, the River District will offer unprecedented open space and public parks to enhance the quality of life for its residents. Our stormwater management will be state-of-the-art and has been woven into our infrastructure planning from the inception. Finally, we are working with RTA to deliver enhanced transportation solutions and with others to improve digital infrastructure and green energy solutions. Regarding economic impact, according to Jeff Hebert of HR&A, the River District will deliver at least $66 million in new tax revenue during construction and will result in the creation of 5,900 permanent jobs, including 3,100 on-site jobs, 75% of which will be in key growth industries of hospitality, technology, and environmental. Total estimated annual tax revenue to the city, state, and convention center will increase by $6.6 million to $48 million. Our group has left no stone unturned in this process. The level of outreach we pursued and the consensus we achieved is unprecedented given the scope of the River District development. I attribute that success to my partner's depth of understanding of this endeavor and all of its many moving parts. I want to give kudos to Mike Sawaya and his team, the Board of Commissioners of the Convention Center, the Port of New Orleans, Tulane University, and the staff of the City Planning Commission for their attention and hard work. They all understand the role they play in this community and have collaborated skillfully and willingly in helping us achieve a superior project. Finally, it is my pleasure to speak about our team and how well it reflects on our city. From the very beginning, I was committed to assembling a diverse group of New Orleans' best and brightest real estate professionals, and we did just that. Aside from our strategic partner, Cypress Equities out of Dallas, all the River District partners are New Orleanians, and they represent the enormous potential of our city. Tara Hernandez, Brian Gibbs, Sean Barney, Michael Meredith, Nicole Weber, Robert Bowe, Lauren Gibbs, Todd James, and Allison Hartman. This is our team, and each one of them brings to the River District a uniquely superior skill set. I am proud to say that the River District Neighborhood Investors represents what New Orleanians can do when we are truly focused and set our minds to the common goal of advancing our beloved city. We respectfully ask for your favorable consideration of our request and your staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeff Dusan.
Good afternoon, Jeff Dusan, 347 Vincent Avenue, Metairie. My brother and I own the property that abuts this district, and we acquired the property in 1976. Just to give you a little bit of history, it was operated as an industrial business for many years. It was an industrial area. And in many cases, a few cases still is. There's been some development in the area, but there's still a good bit of underdeveloped locations, areas in this that have, in my opinion, no public benefits. Since before Katrina, I've had countless phone calls from developers, most of them from out of town. Not that that's necessarily a negative, but to me, it's a big positive that this is a local group who wanted to acquire the basically 3 acres adjacent to the Market Street power plant. Not one of these developers had the vision or the capacity to bring a development of this nature to our city. This group has the right idea for a project that will deliver the result that we all need for our city. As far as I can see, they've got all the bases covered. So as you can see, I'm in full support of this. Thank you.
Thank you. A card from Maxwell. I cannot read the last name. Giardello.
Thank you, Commissioners. Maxwell Chiodullo with the Louisiana Fair Housing Action Center, 1340 Poydras. I remember first hearing about this when I was on the Lower Garden District Board almost 5 years ago, and my biggest concern was that it would exclusively create luxury housing and lock out the people who work at the convention center and hotels from living near their jobs, and one of the few remaining high ground areas that we have to develop in the city. So I'm tremendously relieved that the current proposal includes 40% of units at rents that our hospitality workers can afford. And this is what the master plan recommends, that we create flexibility and ease of development when owners are committed to public benefits like affordable housing. And this text amendment does just that and requires more affordable housing than is required by the underlying inclusionary zoning regulations. And as you all know, it has been incredibly difficult for developers to build affordable housing in New Orleans recently, especially in high opportunity neighborhoods that are on high ground and have access to the sort of resources that already exist in the Lower Garden District, but that this development is going to create even more of. So we are firmly in support of this, and I ask you to move it forward with a favorable recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. My last card in support is from Matthew Hill.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Hill, and I'm here on behalf of Greater New Orleans Housing Alliance and Housing NOLA, who invite the River District team to collaborate with organizations like us to secure diverse funding partners for this project and ensure thoughtful and impactful development. This project can serve as an example for future development on the riverfront to replicate through its increased affordability provisions that will accommodate the area's inclusionary zoning. We support this zoning docket and implore the commission to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you. I have three cards in opposition. First up is Daniel Ryan.
Afternoon, I'm Daniel Ryan, Vice President of the Lower Garden District Association. I've been listening to this, and this sounds great, but my issue is I didn't hear anything that they need a text amendment change to make all this happen. I think everything that they talked about, all the whiz bang, really cool stuff, is available through the conditional use process. The idea of giving this carte blanche, blank check text amendment when there's not really anything on the table about what's going to go up is scary, in my opinion. They can make all this happen. Now, my basic feeling about this is the jewel of undeveloped land in the city of New Orleans. I think the process of zoning for it should be as intensive as every other developer goes through and not any easier. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lauren Avril.
My name is Lauren Avril, President of the Lower Garden District Association. I'm at 1451 Magazine Street. First of all, I've been in the neighborhood 15 years. And we've always known the Lower Garden District that this is going to be developed and excited for that to happen. Access to the river, all of these things. It's an area we knew and wanted to be developed and still do. I'm not here opposing the project in any way, shape, or form, but we are very nervous on the need for the text amendment. The city of New Orleans spent thousands of hours on the 2010 master plan. And that was hours with residents, hours with staff, hours with officials that were put together. And the riverfront overlay was created for that purpose. And it was specifically made separate from the convention center overlay. That being said, the big concern we have, one of the main concerns we have is the height amendment of the 400 feet. And a lot of the proposals we've seen and the presentations we've met with the River District Development and had them present to us as well as follow their presentations, is they show one or two possible buildings to 400 feet. And just to put that into visually, the power plant itself and the stacks are a little over 200 feet. 400 feet is almost double that. And that's the type of height of the building we're looking at. And the concern is not necessarily that one 400-foot building would go in and that would follow the normal conditional use process. It's the fact that there are 7 slated parcels that could all be up to 400 feet. And that leads into the traffic. I'm a professional engineer, traffic engineer by license. And the concern is, once again, not one high rise. It sounds like they've got engineers working on the traffic study, but how do you do a traffic study for one 400-foot building versus 7 possible 400-foot buildings? And I've reviewed the plans and I don't think that's the intent that the developers are going with, but that's our concern. And one real quick thing, the text amendment doesn't include involvement with the neighborhood for that traffic study, because this will definitely affect our neighborhood and traffic. And as it stands now in the current text amendment, it goes to the CPC executive director for review, as well as Public Works, but it's not being reviewed by the neighborhood. And we have a complicated neighborhood with a lot of dead ends and things of that nature. So anyways, that's just my piece and I appreciate the time.
Thank you. Jamie Muller.
Good afternoon. I'm Jamie Mueller, and I'm a resident of the Lower Garden District for about the last 10 years. I would be living in the shadow of this new development. I want to begin by saying that I'm pro-development. I believe in change and growth. I want New Orleans to be marketable and profitable and attractive to a variety of industries. But I also believe that the only thing standing in the way of the residents of this city being subjected to the whims and bottom line of billion-dollar corporations and special interest groups is the process of the city's checks and balances and the empowerment of the city's full-time residents to have a voice at each step of the way. Therefore, I have to ask that the CPC please deny this unnecessary text amendment that runs counter to the River District's claims of having a clear-cut plan already. If this text amendment is approved, I fear that it may inadvertently provide the amount of leeway that will result in, by the end of construction, the livability and character of the surrounding neighborhoods and New Orleans as a whole being drastically changed, and that we may even lose some of the initially appealing positive benefits of the development, like the affordable housing, civil rights museum, grocery store, traffic improvements, and that those things might not even come to fruition if we give them too much leeway. And I understand that being denied this text amendment might not create the desired fast track to developers, but I'm confident that such a knowledgeable group of leaders in the city and their respective industries will be able to overcome the minimal oversight the neighbors are requesting. Thank you.
Thank you. And I have 3 cards for information. Charles Decker.
Thank you, commissioners.
My name is Charles Decker. I'm at 935 Gravier Street. I'm a researcher with Unite here, Local 23, the Union for Hospitality Workers in New Orleans. And I'm here today actually to urge the City Planning Commission to make one key recommended amendment to this overlay district amendment before you. There's a lot about the zoning proposal that makes a lot of sense. The new district would allow the sort of mixed use development that could help revitalize the upriver side of the convention center. Local 23 represents food service workers at the convention center. We believe that making good use of these parcels will be a great benefit to the neighborhood and the whole city. But that being said, there's one critical change that Local 23 believes is necessary to the proposal before you today. We're deeply concerned about allowing hotels as a permitted use as of right in this district. We would ask that the commission amend the use table in the proposal to make hotels a conditional use. This is because we're discussing the convention center neighborhood overlay district with the emphasis on the convention center. And the fact is certain types of hotels are not an appropriate use here and would be counterproductive to the convention center neighborhood here in New Orleans. We all know how critical tourism is to the New Orleans economy, but New Orleans needs the right mix of hotels. And the major weakness in that mix right now is that New Orleans is one of the only major convention centers in the country without a dedicated hotel attached. New Orleans badly needs a real convention center hotel to compete for the group and business travel during this recovery period for hospitality. And we've heard in various public forums that the developers are proposing smaller boutique hotels as part of the zoning district. We believe that these boutique hotels would actually be counterproductive to the stated goals of this zoning district. They would dilute the market and make it more difficult to get a dedicated convention center hotel built, which would undermine the zoning proposal's goal of a vibrant, successful upriver convention center neighborhood. It's clear that the city of New Orleans needs to be able to exercise additional oversight to make sure that any hotel project in the convention center neighborhood district actually meets the needs of the neighborhood. And the commission, we believe, can accomplish that goal by recommending that the proposal be amended to make hotels a conditional use. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anika Arnold.
Hi, my name is Anika Arnold. Good afternoon. I'm currently a worker, culinary cook 1 at Ernest M. Memorial Convention Center and a member of Unite Here Local 23, a union for hospitality workers in New Orleans. Myself and my coworkers have some concerns about the proposed changes around the convention center. I would like to see the convention center with its own dedicated hotel, not just any hotel, but one that would be beneficial to the city of New Orleans, the clients that we serve, as well as the employees within the convention center and its subcontractors. Any hotels that might get built in this new convention center district need more oversight than what is in the proposal before you today. We at the convention center host several large events, and clients are always stating to the workers that they wish that they did not have to leave the convention center property to stay at an outside hotel due to the hospitality and services that they receive from employees within. Also, the commute it takes for the clients and the employees to have to rely on public transportation is hard due to all of the walking it takes just to get to the convention center itself, not to mention the walking within the convention center. The idea of placing small boutique hotels in this area would not be beneficial to any of these parties or to the city. There are parts about the River District proposal that we like. Placing more retail options on the upriver side of the convention center would attract more businesses to an area that does not have much. I also think the affordable housing provided is very important. Some of the convention center employees are currently living in rooms to rent weekly, or in hostels, or shelters, or even homeless. We need access to affordable housing without having to travel so many miles to get to work, but to live and work in this city that we all love so dearly. We also need the convention center to be strong so that the jobs there are good jobs. That's why we need a large hotel to be built there, not small boutique hotels. And so I am asking you all today to make sure that hotels are a conditional use so we can have more oversight. Thank you for your time and your consideration on this matter.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming out and sharing your perspective.
Last card for Zach Smith.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Zach Smith Consulting, 530 South Norman C. Francis. Here on behalf of Port Nola, I wanted to start off with thanking the staff for the very long and well-rounded report. And I know there's a lot that went into this, a lot of back and forth. And here on behalf of the port, to recognize the efforts of the development team and commend them for their progressiveness related to traffic. The port has been very concerned from the inception about some of the potential issues that would impact this global gateway for commerce, which is Port Nola. And at this point, the port has no objection to the text amendment as recommended by the staff, specifically including the conditional use requirements for stadia. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes our comment portion of the meeting. As this is a city council motion, there will not be a rebuttal period. But if there are any questions, or Ms. Weber, who I'm assuming is representing, you can ask those of her. I actually have one. How are you going to engage the community as part of this ongoing process in this development?
So throughout the process, we have engaged the community. We've been in communication with the Lower Garden District Association specifically on this since May of 2021. And just in the past 6 months, 32 instances of communication with them. So we will continue to do that and to provide them with the facts. Especially go over the review process as to why we're asking for this versus going through a conditional use process. Another thing unique about our project is that a lot of what we're asking for permitted uses, one being hotels, is already a permitted use. So again, we'll continue our communication with the Lower Garden District, with other stakeholders, property owners, and surrounding property owners in doing that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? No, thank you. Are there any questions first?
I'll start. I want to commend being able to have housing advocates and developers both speak highly of a project. I think that that's wonderful. And also to commend the design team for having such a diverse group of speakers and stakeholders. I have a couple questions. And Ms. Weber, what we had accepted, it says changes to CPC staff recommended language after consultation with Paul Kramer. So I guess this is for both Paul and Ms. Weber. Is the staff aware of these changes, and is this already in the staff report?
No, they're not in the staff report. We've discussed these changes. We don't agree with all of them. We agree with some of them.
Can you tell me what you agree with and what you don't?
Sure. On number one, for the drive-through facility, we agree that drive-through facility could be allowed if limited to a financial institution or pharmacy. Our concern there was really probably more like fast food or other uses where you might have traffic extending out into the street in a drive-through line. For number two, about the outdoor amphitheater, we don't agree with that. The council recently adopted new regulations regarding outdoor live entertainment, and across the board, they really have made outdoor live entertainment and conditional use. So our recommendation was trying to be consistent with the council's recent actions. Same thing with number three, that was regarding outdoor live entertainment. Number four, that was something I had mentioned in my intro remarks that was just a lettering error. Number five, This has to do with whether the park would be publicly accessible and during what hours. The standards were taken from the CBD. And in that, a plaque is required if stating the hours of the public use. I think that our preference would be, rather than delete that second line, that a plaque not be required if the public open space is to be open 24 hours a day. And I think the developer might be okay with that one also, with that revision. And then number 6, yes, we agree with that. That is just sort of a different way to state the requirement for the sort of the nodal park, the larger concentration of park that'll be across the street from the linear park. And again, that was a change that was really to make it more clear to the design reviewer what was being proposed and required. Number 7, those were the same changes that I mentioned in my intro remarks. And then in number 8, I don't think Nicole got a chance to make their explanation on that, but this is having to do with accessory parking lots. I think we, and Mr. Director, correct me if I state our position on this one, that I think we would prefer to see that the accessory parking lots be provided either on-site or within 300 feet of the use for which it is providing the parking, rather than at any location within the boundaries of the overlay district. But let me know if I got that right. That was the last one.
Director, did you want to make a comment on that?
No, I was, I mean, my thought is that, and I have no problem with what Paul has offered. I think just from a practical perspective, if there's no parking requirement, distinguishing between required and accessory parking is difficult. So my understanding of the proposal is that the applicant is seeking to treat parking in a holistic way, like they are treating stormwater management. So instead of having an on-site requirement, there is, with respect to parking, similar to in the CBD, where there would be kind of a market-driven parking. I think that there is, Paul, correct me if I'm wrong, there's language in the staff recommendations with respect to the master development plan that references parking. So it would give some review over the, the overall parking proposal. But yes.
Yes, that's correct. There's a comprehensive parking plan is called for in the standards.
And if I may add that the number 8 was more of a clarification, because if we took a strict interpretation of accessory, that could be applied to lot, like the accessory use is applied to the same lot as the principal use. So this was more just an abundance of caution to have an opportunity to add language so that we wouldn't get caught up in that in the future.
Are there any other questions?
So just to recap, number 2 is you disagree with, as well as number 3. And then in number 1 and number 5, there just seems to be 2 changes with the drive-through facility, limiting it to pharmacy and financial, and then access, no sign if it's 24-hour access. Is that correct? Thank you. I have 2 more questions, and maybe this one is for Paul. I still have questions for Ms. Weber and Mr. James, but can you just explain, because I think it's important for the public as well to know, is that why are we asking for the need for a text amendment, as the neighborhood association had spoken about. If we could just answer that question, I think that would be helpful.
Sure. So the current overlay district is a smaller area. It only covers areas that are owned by the convention center on the Chapatula side of the site, or of the proposed overlay. So what purpose of the text amendment is to sort of take out the uncertainty of in the development process by, instead of going through the plan development process, allowing these uses and height increases by right, but with the requirements spelled out in the standards as to what they have to meet to qualify for those height increases.
Can I elaborate just a bit?
Please.
So this was an approach that was sought by the applicant. And so our role is to evaluate whether this different approach from what is currently in the zoning ordinance, whether that is, number one, feasible, and number two, the prior overlay district was predicated on granting entitlements in return for public amenities, right? And so from our perspective, this whole conversation has been about how do we make sure that those public amenities are still forthcoming, that they are, that the city has the ability to review those collectively and holistically, and not just on a case-by-case basis, primarily to make sure they get done and they're not the last thing that gets done. So that's the approach we took in reviewing it, that we have a role as the city's regulatory authority to make sure that those boxes get checked, even if a different approach is proposed.
If I may add.
Ms. Weber, yes.
So what we are proposing is more of a comprehensive plan that is spread throughout the district. We refer to it as the River District or the Convention Center neighborhood. In the report and in our proposal, we do things by an aggregate. So we look at affordable housing, for example. It's not just a per lot. We're spreading it throughout the development so that we don't have a concentration in one area. We're promoting things like stormwater management as an aggregate so that it benefits the development as a whole. And so the same concept comes in as we build buildings and are required to go through the process. Going through a plan development or conditional use process would require 9 to 12 months, sometimes at best, to go through that process. So this allows us to stick with our plan, have oversight from various entities, not just the city, but also from stakeholders.
And what is your response for the Lower Garden District to being one of those stakeholders?
Absolutely. Absolutely, yeah.
I do have one last question, and this may be directed to Mr. James, but can you speak about the fact about the two union representatives that talked about the hotel not being attached to the convention center?
Yeah, so I think there's a little bit of misinformation on that portion. So what you actually see on the screen that's highlighted, we have it referenced as 1A, B through parcels 8. That's currently what the River District is actually working within its limitations. Well, that's the area that we have leased, or currently have the rights to lease from the convention center. Let me make sure I clarify that clearly before somebody beats me up in the back. The way this site is currently set, the convention center is still pursuing their dedicated convention center hotel on what's shown as parcel 4. It does have a little bit of a graphic mishap here, but it's the parcel that's bounded by Henderson, Convention Center Boulevard, future U-turn, and future Front Street. That is still that dedicated parcel for that use. So yes, we do still include it as a permitted by right, echoing what's already within the MU2 zoning, still echoing the existing height, the height allowance that was called out in the previous overlay district. So that use is still called out here. Any other hotel uses we may have within River District are ancillary to that and will only help to support and improve their ability to deliver lodging units closer to the convention center.
I have one final comment on traffic. I have the unique perspective to be going against traffic, living downtown with a family and seeing going down Convention Center and Chapatulas and people coming off the West Bank Expressway. It's a disaster right now trying to get uptown. So when we talk about residents as living downtown, but then using services in schools and churches all the way uptown, it really needs to be concentrated because we just have so many people right now and it's taking a really long time. And we just need to think about these things so that we're ahead of the game in New Orleans and not behind the game.
Right. If you don't mind, just one quick note to that. And this is something and this was in the conclusion of my comments earlier. One key thing we're still working through, there's an existing cooperative endeavor agreement that's between the city and the convention center that actually focuses on traffic mitigation. So that's one big key part. I've been working quite a bit with Jeff Schwartz in his office, as well as RTA, DOTD, DPW, and it's heavily what Joey and I focus on a weekly basis. Let's come up with a larger traffic mitigation plan that helps to address a lot of what the residents are concerned with, as well as the port users. We're currently looking at ways to show an S-curve profile that now diverts some of the traffic impact from Chapatulas and moving it to Callio Street in a much more fluid motion. If you're familiar with that intersection, trucks double up to make the left turn. We're trying to help to mitigate how that happens, reduce that impact, and also through the improvements of how we increase the new street grid, help to divert how people interact with going back to Religious and Chapatulas in order to get back uptown. If you're familiar with that intersection right now, if you use it as a shortcut, you use Convention Center Boulevard to Henderson and then make the left on the Chapatulas. Just imagine if you actually have the ability to now cut through the extension of Convention Center Boulevard and bypass a lot of the congestion that happens at that major intersection. One other key element is how a lot of folks access the on-ramp to the West Bank. This is another thing that just through Joey's studies and reports, we learn that a large amount of the backup is actually attributed to people shortcutting at that intersection to get onto that dedicated on-ramp. We're doing a lot of turning mechanisms to help alleviate that concern, as well as reduce the number of cycles with traffic signals at some of these key points.
Thank you. I'll let my other commissioners please comment.
As well, I have a question for you. As we receive these amendments, I think you're probably going from a comprehensive approach to make sure that it meets the needs of the future development. But as it relates to Amendment 1, the drive-through facility changing into a permitted use, is the thought process, are you looking for something outside of like maybe a pharmacy or a financial institution?
No, sir. What we're asking for, it falls in line with what Mr. Kramer had said was financial and retail, and that's the footnote. So it'd be a prohibition on any other use.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I have one question for Paul. What's the oversight process? We talked a lot about things in aggregate and how we're complying with things. So how do we see the big picture of development without knowing what's going to be there, or will there be a process for that?
Sure. That's covered on page 46 of the staff report, section 18.24B, development plan and design review required. So this is where we require the submittal of a development master plan that is very similar to the institutional master plan that we do allow for our campuses, like educational campuses, hospital campuses. Includes the location, square footage, and building heights of all existing and proposed uses. It includes the traffic plan and traffic impact analysis, which require consultation with the Department of Public Works, Port of New Orleans, and Convention Center. And it requires a mandatory design advisory committee consideration. And that is a public forum that the public can come in and weigh in on.
Thank you. I have no further questions. Are there any other questions?
Okay, so just to be clear about that, with regard to the 1 Avenue in this oversight process for public to participate is in coming to the design advisory committee meeting. Giving the
Right.
public
The design advisory committee just advises our director though. So they could also appeal to the director and the director ultimately would make a decision whether they have met these standards. And then there is an appeal process possible from his decision to the city planning commission and then to the city council.
That appeals process would be appealed by,
The developer.
oh, the developer. Okay. And so I have some concerns reading the RTA letter because clearly they are key participants in your project and yet they express some concerns in here. And one of them with regard to stormwater management, but in looking at on page 46, the review process, it sounds like they seem to express concerns that if you have an aggregate approach to it, you may end up with problems with a particular site, but it sounds like from what is written on page 46, each individual site will have their stormwater plan reviewed as meeting requirements for that site, right? Regardless of.
Well, keep in mind there's two different sort of regulations that affect stormwater management. There's the permeable open space requirements of the base zoning district, which is a zoning regulation, which is not something that would be covered by the aggregate concept. And then there's the stormwater management, which is actually in the city codes. We're really not able to say anything about that's not part of our purview.
That would be safety and permits.
Right.
Okay.
And I think they already do have, ways to mitigate that include off-site.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just going to go over a few of my concerns from reading the RTA letter and then see if you could address any of them. And some of it is just, I actually have a question about what they mean. In the general comments that we encourage the development of provisions to steer the water management activities to be integrated into high quality public space. And we believe there's an opportunity to create public space through stormwater management activities with the request for stormwater to be handled in aggregate instead of on site-by-site basis. We suggest language in the overlay that encourages creative solutions to water management through design review or other manner. Is that something that is missing? Are they just asking for added? I think what their RTA is referring to here is to have added oversight or added design review of what's being proposed for stormwater management.
Yeah, in the development master plan submittal requirements, letter C is a stormwater management plan, including all on-site filtration and detention facilities. So it is something that would be looked at by the design advisory committee. Perhaps we're going to invite safety and permits to sit in on that committee on when such things come up.
I think that would be a great idea since we're asking for for this to be moved along faster in a more coordinated way. And I mean, it sounds like with all very talented and well-intentioned partners, it still requires maybe a little extra effort, more effort on the city's part for oversight to be complete. If that it be as thoughtful as possible.
Can I suggest add to the language where it speaks to consultation with DPW and the port to add safety and permits so
right
to that so that
permits.
there's a formal way to bring them into the process?
Right. Yes, thank you. So I'm just gonna add, and then they do express concerns. This is RTA still. Like regarding curb cuts, we'd like to see language describes the process by which a curb cut would be deemed unfeasible. We'd like to see a definition of what constitutes a side street. like to set standards that explicitly limit curb cuts on blocks alongside transit lanes or other transit priority treatments. Now, I'm bringing this up because RTA specifically brings it up, and I know they're in support of this project, but they have these concerns. And so just maybe they're already going to be addressed in the design review. But it falls to me under the oversight question is, are we having the level of oversight that's needed for this entire project for each of
Right. So again, for the development master plan submittal, letter E includes a traffic plan that talks about curbside usage, which would include, transit. Perhaps though, when we talk about, again, who we consult with, including the convention center or and DPW, we could add our RTA there also.
Apparently RTA has specific interest in like the location of curb cuts.
Yes.
Yes, please.
Department of Public Works has to approve all curb cuts. Anyway, so they do have
Yeah,
their
so
own
there
set of
is that.
standards.
So DPW would be there. RTA would not normally be there, right?
No.
Okay, I'd like to hear from Mr. James.
Yeah, I think if you don't mind, I think a big part of the letter that was initially addressed by RTA came prior to the staff's recommendation being issued. One thing that we have been continually coordinating with that group has been how we're dealing with the dedication of this bus rapid transit line. So when you see some of the reference to the curb cut references, that's actually them looking at how to deal with zero transition or how they're dealing with some of the future transit stops. Because one thing we really didn't focus too much on, there's a purple line reference inside this map that shows how the dedicated BRT moves through the site and along Convention Center Boulevard. So I think there was a lot of language there that we had yet to work through when the letter was actually issued. But we are continuing to work with RT on a regular basis, including coincidentally sharing a consultant that's working on PRT versus our civil package.
I guess I'd like to get any other commissioners have any thoughts on like that. I don't want to start making this overly burdensome to include all these different entities in review meetings.
Maybe to go ahead and safety and permits, CPC, the Department of Works, LGD, RTA to be as part of the oversight.
Or
so that they're included in the conversation.
Mr. Kramer, were you what you had proposed was RTA to be included in which?
In review of the traffic plan.
Oh, review of the traffic plan in general. Any objection to that? I mean, really?
They're actually one of the stakeholders for that, as
Right.
well as with the CEAs.
Okay. Yeah, reading their letter, I think would be a really good idea.
Oh, just one quick question. As I kind of reviewed through the restrictions, looking at like a live performance venue is permitted, but we looked at like the conditional use for like the outdoor live entertainment. Can we kind of discuss that? Like why is some for live entertainment permitted and some conditional use?
Sure. Live performance venue is a permitted use in the base zoning district of MU2, so it's permitted now. And the outdoor amphitheater is not permitted, so that we're adding a new use for outdoor amphitheater and outdoor live entertainment secondary use. And the reason we recommended conditional use on those two is really just to be consistent with the city council's recent changes to outdoor live entertainment regulations.
Is there any further discussion or questions for staff or a motion?
Hello, I'll take a stab at a motion here. This would be for zoning docket 064-22 modified approval. And to incorporate the document that was submitted to us and that Paul and we reviewed, to go ahead and include the number 1 amendment and be specific about retail, financial, and pharmacy. No to number 2, no to number 3, yes to number 4. Yes to number 5, but it would be for no signs and would be for the public benefit of 24 hours. Yes to number 6. Yes to number 7. It seems like we don't have to address number 8 because that was just more for informational purposes. And then to add for the oversight in their proper channels, I guess the RTA for the review of the traffic plan, but safety and permits CBC, Department of Works. And then I would like to recommend neighborhood review. I think it's really important that LGD has been established for a long time. And I think it would be important for them to be able to weigh in and have their voice included. So that would be the Lower Garden District. That is my motion.
Thank you. Is there a second? Commissioner Jordan, is there any discussion?
I have a couple of questions about it, the motion. So is your motion to have the Lower Garden District represented in the traffic reviews?
No, just in the oversight with where they seem fit with the CPC and the Department Works and Safety and Permits. So, or maybe, let me think about that.
Yeah, what you were saying. I just, what I understood was that they, along with everyone is invited to the public, to the design review committee. Is it the design review committee meeting where they can comment, right? But are we asking for something outside of that?
I was under the understanding from Paul's comment that there was certain approval that needed to be done by CPC and executive in Department of Works. So I was adding to that safety and permits LGD.
Right. So what the staff report recommends is the design review process, which goes through the design advisory committee. And that design advisory committee recommendation is to me as the executive director, that in addition to the DAC, that I will be consulting with DPW and the other parties that are listed. So all of those parties are able to come to the public forum that exists for the DAC. But the recommendation specifically calls out that list of entities. So to answer your question, it could be one of two ways. One, it could be, implied that Lower Garden District would come to the DAC process, or that the Lower Garden District Association would be added to that list of direct consultations that I would do as part of my review.
I would like to recommend that they would be added to your list for direct consultation.
Could we word that as all registered neighborhood organizations or all applicable?
Yes.
Is there any discussion?
How would you determine all applicable neighborhoods?
Oh, the neighborhood associations are self-report their boundaries, and we
So
have a
it
map
would
of
be by geographic, okay. And they're just wanting to, I don't know if this is a friendly amendment to the motion, but I didn't understand you to say that we would modify the text amendment to say that that safety and permits would be also part of the consultation on the stormwater management plan. Did you say that?
I did not say that, but we can include that.
Okay.
It's required by code, so they're going to have to meet that by code mandate anyway.
But is that what Paul was proposing? That safety and permits be included in?
Actually, I suggested adding them to that list of direct consultation.
Direct consultations with regard to stormwater management, right?
So we would add safety and permits and neighborhood associations to be a part of the process. Do I still have a second on that motion?
So I'm just for clarity purposes, when we add the neighborhood associations, I think it's different. We're talking about partners like the port, DPW, those type of things. And I don't want to necessarily put the neighborhood association where they feel that they have a seat at the table. And they necessarily might not get exactly what they want. So I think we need to talk about what is the desired outcome from this particular motion or addition. Because I don't want to set them up to, but they're at the table, they're voicing their concern, but yet it still moves forward.
So what would your all's recommendation be? With the spirit of ensuring that there is conversation.
So let me ask Ms. Weber, I guess as this project moves forward, do you plan on involving like the neighborhood associations and other partners and let them know like as you meet going forward?
Absolutely. Like I said, the past 6 months, we've communicated with them 32 times. So
You have a
when
direct
the
contact to
meetings
all of them?
move, yes, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so I really feel like it's kind of, it may be a little redundant because they're already in communication. And let me ask, have you been receiving those communications, the representative from the Lower Garden District? No, I'm speaking directly to the representative from the Lower Garden District. You have?
We have been in contact. I think there's a difference between us being involved in the traffic and how the traffic, we've had traffic studies along Magazine before, whether they change it to 1 and 2 ways. There's a difference between it being brought to our attention and us having a say about it. So I don't know where the right place is within the planning review. Other than, having the ability to review them and being involved, that's just our conversation versus just this is what we're doing and more. Because traffic is going to be a big neighborhood and traffic is going to go into our neighborhood. So I don't know the correct way about that, but I think being involved in some of those design decisions may be helpful outside of just one-on-one, I guess.
I think the fact that they are able to attend the meetings, they're able to submit written communication and communicate directly with the departments. That is an assurance that that their voice will be heard. So what I would say is, and the city attorney's office would need to weigh in to include them in the actual text amendment of the CZO would set a precedent that has never gone before because they are not a public-private partnership. They're not a public, legitimate government. They aren't legitimate. They're not a government agency, and that's the distinction. So I would say that because the DAC is already a public input process, that is the assurance that they will be able to either attend or submit something in writing. And just to clarify, most of our communication has been with Ms. Avril, who was just speaking, and with Trenton Goche, their zoning committee. So I can't speak for the other two Lower Garden District members because we have been communicating directly with Lauren as the president and with their zoning committee.
Yes, that's my only hesitation. I think it gets kind of convoluted when you add neighborhood association, when you don't have a direct point contact, if there's been 32 direct communications sent out. So I just have a little hesitancy towards that.
That's a valid point. So I can go ahead and remove that from my motion. Move the neighborhood associations.
Okay, Commissioner Jordan, is that good as a second? Thank you. Is there any further discussion? No. I just want to say that we have a very special opportunity to get it right and to have all the stakeholders together, which very rarely happens. So I'm very excited about what potentially could happen in this overlay district regarding sustainability, equity, and community in the surrounding areas. So I am for this motion. We'll vote the machines. We have 5 yeas and 1 recusal from Commissioner Steve. Motion passes.
A very exciting development. Thanks, y'all.
Thank you. Next up is subdivision docket 7722.
Subdivision docket 7722 is a request to re-subdivide lots A, E, and C and part of lot F into lot A1 in an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district and an HUMU historic urban neighborhood mixed-use district. The municipal addresses are 3314 Conti Street and 329 North Rendon Street. The requested subdivision would result in an L-shaped lot with double frontage on both Conti Street and North Rendon Street. It would also result in a split zone lot as existing lots A, E, and part of lot F are zoned HUMU and lot C is zoned HURD2. The three lots with frontage on Conti Street, lots A, E, and part of F, have historically been used as one development. The structure on these lots has been vacant for several years and is in the process of renovation and redevelopment as a commercial white box structure with 3 tenant spaces, all of which would be under 5,000 square feet in area. The applicant intends to utilize Lot C, located at 329 North Rendon Street, as off-street parking for the tenant spaces and a second exit of the building per requirements of the fire marshal. However, the development does not require off-street parking per section 22.5.8.6 of the comprehensive zoning ordinance, which exempts the first 5,000 square feet of floor area from off-street parking requirements in the HUMU district. This request also results in a split zone lot. Split zone lots are not specifically contemplated by the subdivision regulations. However, the staff generally discourages them as they can create ambiguity with different use and design regulations. When CPC staff does support the creation of a split zoned lot, it typically does so with the requirement that a subsequent zoning change be pursued to have consistent zoning throughout the development. In this case, it is not certain a zoning change is approvable for the lot zoned HURD2 with frontage on North Rendon Street, given that such a zoning change is likely inconsistent with the master plan. Additionally, due to the L shape of the proposed lot, the subdivision request does not comply with section 5.5.2 of the subdivision regulations, which require side lot lines to run at a right angle to the front property line as closely as is practical. The applicant stated a fire marshal requirement for 2 exit points is one of the reasons for the inclusion of lot C in this request. However, the applicant has 2 alternative options that would not result in an L-shaped split zone lot and would allow lot C to remain an independent lot of record. The applicant could consolidate just the 3 lots fronting Conti Street, which is administratively approvable and necessary to rectify a building code issue where the existing structure straddles 2 lots of record. Secondly, the staff conferred with the chief building official who believes there would be enough space provided on the side of the existing building to serve as a second exit point. Should the fire marshal disagree, the applicant could record a covenant or a servitude to utilize lot C as a second exit and maintain it as its own lot of record. Because there are alternative options available that avoids an L-shaped split zone lot situation, the staff recommends denial of subdivision docket 7722.
Thank you. I have 2 cards. What, Andrew Coleman? Did you? Rebecca Hurst? This is, sorry. I did. Right here. Is there anyone here to speak on subdivision docket 7722? Shelby? Come on down. Sorry, please state your name and address.
Lindsay Como, 119 Causeway Boulevard, Jefferson, Louisiana, 70121. Regarding this property at 3314 16 Conti, the 2 notes were that it was created in a regular shaped lot and that the property was exempt from off-street parking due to the square footage. So there was some, I guess, informal conversations with the State Fire Marshal's office. We did speak with our reviewer at the State Fire Marshal's office late last week, Brian Beadle, who did say the proposal from the city to utilize lot F, which is the lot to the right of lot A1 on Conti Street is not large enough or far enough away from the building to consider that the second means of egress. So this is really how they're approaching it, is from egress. So we have our front egress of the property and our rear egress. If the rear egress exits the building, they have to come back out to Conti and essentially dump right into the same egress area as the front egress. They don't allow you to cross property lines, even though it's owned by the same owner. We can't cross property boundaries, which is why we do own the property on North Rendon, are utilizing that as our second means of egress for the rear of the building. It just so happens we can put parking on there as well. Another thing to consider, that the building is over 5,000 square feet. Currently, we've proposed 3 tenants, 2 on the first floor, 1 on the second. If we re-evaluate that or we get a new tenant, the property is greater than 5,000 square feet, which then triggers the requirement for off-street parking, which you don't have on Conti Street. So we're trying to do whatever we can do to get this building back into commerce, and this is the best way we know how.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the applicant? No. Is there anyone else here to speak on this docket? No. Okay, I'll be looking for a motion. Are there any questions for staff? Looking for a motion.
So it is historic. I mean, historically, this has been used as one lot.
There are 3 lots where the structure exists that have been used as one lot. They're proposing to add a 4th lot for their egress. However, they can keep the 3 lots as one lot, consolidate those, and then they can get a covenant or a servitude to utilize the other lot without having to consolidate it, which then creates a split zoned lot and also an L-shaped lot.
And if they, okay, for the split zone lot, because I know we've had that in the past, and what is a workaround for that? What's with the split zone lot that would have to be,
So they would need a zoning change for the other part. So you can see that it would be in the middle of the residential block. It would be turned into an HUMU district for parking is what they're proposing.
I'm curious as what the reason is for not wanting to consolidate the 2 lots and then just have the 3rd lot. This is a question for you, Ms. Como.
For not wanting to just get a variance for the rental lot. I think to keep, if there's ever a future tenant that wants the entire building, which we don't know who the tenant is going to be at this point in time. If somebody comes to us and says they want the entire building, we can't, the building can't provide off-street parking. So we wouldn't be able to get that.
Can you talk about off-street parking?
So right now they're proposing 3 tenant spaces. Each tenant space is under 5,000 square feet. In the HUMU district, there is an exemption for the first 5,000 square feet of commercial use. So as proposed now with the plans that I looked at, they are not required to provide off-street parking. If they were to consolidate it as one tenant space, that'd be a different story. And they'd probably need to seek a variance for parking, or they could propose something like this and it would go through the same process. But there are many examples of historic properties that take up most of the lot that have to apply for variance because of the change of use.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or a motion?
I'd like to put forward a motion to deny the subdivision application as recommended by staff. I mean, it makes total sense. This is for an unnecessary creation of parking for requirements that just aren't, they're not required for the uses that are proposed here. And we're not voting on future uses. We're voting on what they're being used for here.
Looking for a second? Is there any discussion? If not, we'll call the question. Commissioner Stewart? Vote your machines. Okay. 6 yeas, motion for denial passes. Next up is zoning docket 6622.
Zoning docket 6622 is a request for conditional use to permit a neighborhood commercial establishment in an HURD2 historic urban two-family residential district. The petition site is located in Mid-City, roughly 1 block from the Lafitte Greenway corridor. It is developed with a 1-story residential structure that was likely built in the early 1900s. It first appears on Sanborn maps in 1940. The applicant intends to renovate the structure and utilize the space as a coffee shop, which is classified as a specialty restaurant, a CZO. Specialty restaurants are recognized as permitted uses within the neighborhood commercial establishment designation outlined in Article 20, Section 20. The structure has served a variety of commercial uses starting in at least 1962. Advertisements indicate that the structure is functioning as a real estate firm, gift shop, beauty shop, and church through the 1970s and 80s. The conversion of the structure to a neighborhood commercial establishment could be seen as a benefit to the surrounding properties, as it would restore occupancy to a structure previously used for non-residential purposes. The request could serve a neighborhood need as well as it would be a small business likely drawing customers from the immediate area and the Lafitte Greenway. While the restoration of commerce of the site could be seen as a benefit to the immediate community and the Lafitte Greenway corridor, the structure does exhibit some commercial features. Staff cannot support the request as it does not meet all the standards for a neighborhood commercial establishment outlined in Article 20 because of its original construction as a residence. Therefore, staff recommends denial of the application.
Thank you. One card for Lindsay Como.
Lindsay Como, 119 Causeway Boulevard, Metairie, Jefferson, Louisiana, 70121. I'm speaking on behalf of the owner. So we did commission a historic consultant to look into the property. It has been used as a commercial establishment since about the early mid 1960s. The building, the footprint is 400 square feet. It is not usable space to be considered a residence. It takes up the entire footprint of the property. So the entire lot, there's no space to, even if we wanted to add on, it's not constructible. We did the NPP process and received nothing but support from the neighbors. We went door to door. We had a tenant that was going to be running a coffee shop. They were thrilled, really excited to have that in the neighborhood. And that is pretty much all I have to say. So thank you.
Are there any questions for staff or motion?
So does staff confirm the past commercial use?
Yes, the past commercial use can be confirmed with their advertisements.
So the only hangup is the residential nature structure of the building?
Sure. So technically, according to Article 20, as it technically reads, it's not in compliance. But there are some commercial features, let's mention the report, and it has functioned commercially for large swaths of its existence.
I'm going to make a motion to go against staff recommendation. I don't always want to honor history, but in this situation, I think we have some really great details that this has been so many different historic properties since 1962. So I would go ahead and approve this application.
Thank you. It's seconded
And
by,
I second also from staff's comments that there are some commercial features, so it's not solely a residential building that matters as well.
thank you. If there's no further discussion, we'll call the question. Motion for approval passes. Next up is zoning docket 6922. Oh, Commissioner Stewart.
You just do it all. And it's just adding out.
We're on zoning docket 69. There we go.
Okay, zoning docket 6922 is a conditional use to essentially add alcohol to the existing conditional use of the property. There's been a long history of alcohol sales at this location, and they're essentially seeking to go back and amend the original ordinance to add alcohol.
Thank you. I have one card that's for Zach Smith.
Zach Smith, 530 South Norman C. Francis. Knowing there's a full docket, I'll just say thank you to the staff and we agree with the recommendation.
Thank you. Are there any questions or a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval of zoning docket 071-22 first, 06922 for staff recommendation.
Seconded by Commissioner Sieg. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll call the question. Motion passes. Next is zoning docket 7122.
Zoning docket 071-22 is a conditional use to permit a hotel in a CBD 5 urban core neighborhood, lower intensity mixed use district. The existing site at 833 Barone Street is developed as a 4-story structure containing 4 guest suites, 15 bedrooms and commercial space, and is currently zoned for commercial short-term rental. The neighboring lot located at 837, 839 Barone Street is proposed 5-story development that would contain approximately 23,000 square feet, including an 11-unit, 29-room hotel with approximately 1,107 square feet of commercial space. The structure would be 5 stories tall with an overall height of 66 feet. The staff believes that the hotel and retail use are consistent with the master plan goals of the CBD 5 district. The applicant proposes to renovate the interior of the existing 4-story structure located at 833 Barone Street on lot 80, with an addition of a newly constructed 5-story building at 837, 839 Barone Street on lot 81. The petition site is located approximately 500 feet from 2 hotels that were granted a conditional use in this district, one at 822 Barone Street and the other at 846 Barone Street. While the CBD 5 district is intended for a lesser concentration of commercial uses than other CBD districts, the CZO does not determine what the exact threshold is between appropriate and inappropriate number of hotels in this district. Since 2015, when hotels became conditional uses in the CBD 5 district, Staff recommended approval of several similar requests for hotels, finding that the use is compatible with the master plan and that the existing concentration of commercial uses in the CBD 5 district is still currently lower than in other CBD districts. While staff is concerned about the overall effect of an overconcentration of hotels and other commercial uses in the CBD 5 district because it would go against its intent, providing a lesser concentration of commercial use, it does not find that this addition of this particular hotel would significantly affect the ratio of commercial uses to the residential uses in the district in a way that is contrary to the purpose of the district. The proposed use is consistent with the general purpose and intent of the applicable zoning district regulations and with the master plan. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of this request, subject to 6 provisos.
Thank you. I have 3 cards.
Before you do that, can I just add one thing?
Sure.
We had an item earlier on the agenda about hotels. I just want to note that this hotel does fit within what staff had recommended as our compromise. So that's why we would recommend approval as well.
Thank you.
May I ask a question? Let's take this as a teaching moment for me. So is there no other hotels then on this block face?
Not on this side, but on the other 2 sides.
There are. Okay, because that was the discussion earlier as well. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so just to expand upon that, this would cover up a parking lot with new construction, but it would not be the only one on the block face, I don't believe. Right.
Other side of the street.
Right, or on the square itself. But again, we haven't run this against the new policy because that's not the law that it exists today. So given the regulations on the books today, which don't include those standards, it's fully compliant.
But it does serve as a nice reminder of why in 2 weeks we need some standards to fill in the void. That was an editorial comment that's really apropos of nothing.
Thank you, Commissioner Stieg. Ms. Hurst, are you here representing Mr. Coleman? Oh, both of you. So, whichever, Mr. Coleman, Andrew Coleman.
Hey, good afternoon. My name's Andrew Coleman. My address 3915 Magazine Street in New Orleans, and I'm one of the developers on this project. So I want to first thank the staff for recommendation of approval. This is a request for conditional use for a small hotel. This project includes an existing building and a new construction building on the currently vacant parking lot with 15 units and a commercial space that will be an art gallery. As a local New Orleanian, we are proud to develop new properties like this in our city, and we understand the importance of being good neighbors and look forward to being a part of this block and community. And we respectfully ask for your support. Thank you.
Thank you. Rebecca Hurst.
Good afternoon. Rebecca Hurst, 800 Barone Street. And I just want to again thank the staff for the recommendation of approval. As Andrew said, this is a request for a small hotel on the 800 block of Barone Street. I'm just going to go ahead and request a small modification to one of the provisos that I've already discussed with staff, which is that the staff report indicates that 9 bicycle parking spaces are required. In the middle of this report writing, there was a text amendment that altered the bicycle parking requirements. So in the interest of clarity, I'd like to just remove that number 9 and just reference the bicycle parking section just to avoid any confusion in the past. And I do want to thank the commissioners and the director for pointing out this project and how it relates to the earlier text amendment. We respectfully ask for your support, and I'm here to answer any questions. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I have one more card for Shelby Lynn for only questions in design.
Can I ask a quick question while we're waiting for the?
Sure.
Staff's okay with that suggested changing 9 to the reference? We're okay to change 9 to the reference to the section?
Yes.
Okay, good.
Hello, I'm Shelby Lynn here on behalf of Concordia Architecture, Planning and Community Engagement, also on behalf of our clients. I'm just here to answer any kind of questions y'all may have about the architectural aspects of the build. And I want to thank the CPC staff for the recommended approval on the project.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions for staff, the applicant? Or a motion?
So that my earlier comment isn't totally out of apropos of nothing, it'll be apropos of this motion, which is for approval in accordance with staff recommendation with the one change that was asked by the applicant and accepted by staff.
Seconded by Commissioner Lund. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll call the question. Motion passes. Next is zoning docket 7222.
Zoning docket 7222 is a request for a conditional use to permit a hotel over 10,000 square feet in area in an HMC2 historic Marigny-Treme Bywater Commercial District. The subject property is located in the Marigny Triangle on the corner of Charter Street and Elysian Fields Avenue, less than a block from Frenchman Street. There is an existing two-story with a small third-story historic warehouse structure that was used most recently as a warehouse and retail. Historically, the site was a bottling factory. The applicant intends to renovate the entire structure without increasing the footprint of the building. The interior will need an entire retrofitting to become a hotel, and the exterior will be subject to minor updates overseen by the Historic Districts Landmarks Commission. In the HMC2 district, hotels are a permitted by right use. However, non-residential uses with more than 10,000 square feet in gross floor area are required to obtain conditional use approval for Article 10, Section 10.2.b.6 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. Hotels are required to provide one off-street parking space for every 2 guest bedrooms. The proposal includes 41 hotel rooms with a total of 109 guest bedrooms, necessitating 55 off-street parking spaces. The site has 13 grandfathered parking spaces, which reduces the number of required off-street parking spaces to 42. Another 3 off-street parking spaces are exempt due to the 3,000 square foot commercial exemption found in Article 22, Section 22.5.8.5, bringing the total number of required off-street parking spaces to 39. The site itself cannot accommodate the off-street parking and therefore requires a variance for the 39 off-street parking spaces. The staff reviewed the requested variance and found that it meets the 9 criteria found in Article 4, Section 4.6.f of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance. The staff believes a hotel is an appropriate use for this location. The HMC2 district is designed to accommodate higher intense commercial uses that front on major traffic arteries, such as the case with this request. Uses surrounding the subject property are mixed with commercial and residential, including several bars, restaurants, art galleries, and cafes that are catered to tourists and locals alike. Overall, the request is compliant with the master plan and the general purpose and intent of the applicable zoning district regulations. Therefore, the staff supports the application and recommends approval subject to 1 waiver and 6 provisos.
Thank you. A few cards. Ariana Rendrick.
My name is Ariana Rinder Connect, and I'm one of the owners and also one of the architects on this project. This building is a historical project which has remained vacant for many years now. We see it as a keystone anchor to a commercial corridor, being the Frenchman Street area with tons of business and negotiations surrounding it. It's going to be a historical tax credit project utilizing an RTA, which taps into the city's DBE. And we see it as a incredible job opportunity, boosting the economics in the area, the economical booster, pretty much providing jobs before, during, and after to serve the community. As a hotel, it will have a food and beverage space, which will serve breakfast, lunch, and dinner. It's not just going to be another drinking hole. It's going to be a really high-end restaurant and a really high-end hotel that we think serves the community in a different approach than most of the hotels in the area. Thank you for hearing this, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Avery Forey.
Thank you, Commissioners. Avery Forey, 800 Brown Street here on behalf of the applicant. Thank you as always to staff for the report on this item. This is an incredibly historic site made up of a series of warehouses that are all tied together. I want to highlight that what's left of an old brewery is now being revamped, but fully adaptively reused within the expanse of it, but entirely within it. In other words, there's no major additions to the buildings that exist there today. So I think that's important to remember for historic adaptive reuse projects. As the staff report also studies, the request meets 9 criteria for a parking waiver. So there's a great study of all 9 criteria, and it's really kind of, I've read it at least to be based on a few things, the lot line to lot line nature of the site, and then also the fact that most of the historic core is entirely exempt from parking, and that this project, fitting within the context that it's in, meets the 9 criteria for that waiver. In good faith, though, I also want to highlight that the owners have continued conversations with the operator of the parking lot across the street. There's 149 spaces and then an additional lot, the next one over, of 106 spaces. So over 255 spaces within the immediate vicinity with no plans that we understand for development. And so that parking will always be made available to the guests. We've been kind of working through what that arrangement looks like to be sure that guests are clear before they even arrive, that that is the option that they should be using if they are in fact driving a vehicle. All other provisos are great. And thank you again for hearing us after a long day. Thanks.
Thank you. Those are all the cards that I have in support. I have one card in opposition from Jeffrey Seymour.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Jeffrey Seymour. I live at 2227 Royal Street in the Marigny. First thing I want to say is that most of us in the Faubourg Marigny don't oppose the conditional use request for a hotel in excess of 10,000 square feet. We think a hotel is a wonderful idea. What we do oppose is a parking waiver. And we think that the staff report doesn't give enough attention and doesn't give enough emphasis to what we think is a very real problem. And I'd like to point out a couple of aspects or a couple of things that are mentioned in the staff report that I won't say are inaccurate. I won't say they're misleading, but at the very least, I'll say they're not complete. First of all, the staff report says that the request is compliant with the master plan and the general purpose and intent of the zoning district regulation. That's not accurate. It's not compliant. If it was compliant, they wouldn't need the waiver, would they? So it's not correct to say that it's compliant. The second point deals with the master plan. Somebody once said the master plan's like the Bible in that we hold it in awe. It's voluminous. If you actually read it, you'll see it was written by different people at different times with different purposes. But you have to use some intellectual integrity when you cherry pick from the master plan. For every spot in the master plan that says it's pro-development, there's a spot that says it's pro-preserving our historic neighborhoods the way they are. The staff report says that the master plan, that the proposal aligns with the goals of the master plan in the HMC2 district. Well, the master plan also says and calls for preserving the overall character of existing residential neighborhoods. But that was conveniently left out of the staff report. So the staff report does say that the master plan in the HMC2 district promote a mix of uses that allow for adaptive reuse of existing structure. But then on the upper hand, the master plan also calls for managing the impact of parking on public streets and surrounding neighborhoods.
Thank you. Time. Thank you so much. Another card for Alan Johnson.
First of all, before I get started, I'd like to make sure that y'all received our letter. It didn't go out in the original packet, but y'all were supposed to have been sent a letter of opposition from the FMIA. Did y'all receive that?
There is a letter in the package.
Okay, great. First of all, I'd like to say that we are in favor of bringing this property back to life. However, we do have concerns about the parking waiver. I'd like you to look at the NPP report from the applicant. Of the questions, I believe there were about 12 comments that they focused on. 2 were about traffic flow and 4 were about parking. Parking is the major concern for the neighborhood as Frenchman and the commercial tourism areas there grow. I do have some concerns about the interpretations of the criteria and the knowledge of the neighborhood, which I live in and know so well, I like to think. Special conditions and circumstances exist which are peculiar to the land. No, that's number 1. No, it's just the opposite. It's very common for HMC2 in our neighborhood to be built to the lot line. In fact, many of these properties were built with parking inside, and in a way, this one was. This was a warehouse. It was bottling works at one time, similar to Standard Coffee around the area where they do have loading docks. This was parking just a few years ago. This is commonly called the trash palace in the neighborhood. When Sidney Torres started SDT Waste, he used this to store his trucks, excuse me. So they're pushing the parking out by the developing this. We're asking that they provide parking somewhere else. The little interpretation of the provision of the ordinance deprive them of rights commonly enjoyed. No, it doesn't provide parking. This was, as I said, it was built for industrial use. I'd like to also say, will the granting of the ordinance confer any special privilege? Yes, HMC2 requires it. If we're going to waive it so easily here, so many units, why don't we just get rid of it? But it's required here for a reason because we have to cooperate within the neighborhood. The applicants have stated that they are pursuing parking contract with the group across the street. I ask that you remove the parking requirement on parking waiver, make sure that they do pursue that contract. And then if this property gets sold down the road, like properties do, assure that the next tenant keeps that parking requirement. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant will have 2 minutes to rebut.
I think I made most of our points regarding parking, but we'll just wanted to clarify it's not being used as parking now, publicly or privately. And again, we are fortunate to have those over 250 spaces across the street, and we'll work with the operator to be sure that guests are directed there to park cars if they are driving to the location. Thank you.
So, Ms. Foley, will there be a contract with the people across the street?
We're working through the details of that now. My goal is to have that completely done before we have our ordinance signed. So I think we're close. We're just kind of having conversations back and forth about the details of what that looks like with premium that operates all 250 spaces.
Okay. And staff, can you comment to the 9 criteria? We've heard some thoughts from the opposition that a couple of the criteria aren't met. So can you amplify on why you feel that they are on those points? The property being unique being one of them?
Sure. The size of the structure is quite large. So basically any use that you put in it will require some type of parking variance because the previous use as a warehouse had very few parking requirements. And so therefore it has few grandfathered parking spaces. So any use that you put into that structure is going to require some type of parking variance unless it's divided into multiple tenant spaces that are all under 3,000 square feet in area. It is in a historic core district. Most, like Avery said, most of the districts don't require parking. It would be in the historic nature to maintain it as it is rather than destroy part of the property to provide parking. So it maintains the historic structure and the character of the neighborhood. It removes character of the neighborhood to provide parking in historic, where an historic building currently exists.
Thanks.
Are there any other questions or motion?
Let me ask staff one more question. Do we ever wait to see the parking contract in place before the making the recommendations? In other words, was that ever a consideration?
You can deny the waiver and include a proviso requiring that there be on or off-site parking within 300 feet. The zoning ordinance allows that. And so if you included that as a proviso, it wouldn't require, it would require them to demonstrate to safety and permits that the parking had been secured prior to the approval of plans. And so I imagine safety and permits will require the contract to do that. So the short answer is yes, if you include a proviso to that effect, it would require the contract to be in place before plans are approved and the development could go to permitting.
Okay. And let me ask the applicant, are you confident enough that you're going to get the contract that you would not object to such a proviso?
I think we feel very confident that we'll have a parking agreement that we can sign and that will satisfy, certainly FMIA, we can try to make sure that they approve that. What gives us pause is that we have a waiver that meets 9 criteria, which I don't often have before you. And that if we gave up that waiver, and then this thing is built in 5 years, it could be a business interruption before we could acquire those spaces again. And so, I think we remain fully committed to getting the parking requirement. But again, given the context of the neighborhood, I believe a waiver is justified.
So that was a kind of yes, but you prefer no?
I prefer no. I agree with staff. The waiver is justified for this, given this context, given the historic building and given the layout of the project and knowing how the inside is. And I think Rachel made the point that if it's not good planning practice to carve out a chunk of this historic building to accommodate parking. And I think we have a nice solution to have parking across the street without losing our waiver.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions or a motion?
So, Stephen, so I'm going to make a motion that despite Ms. Foy's convincing rebuttal, that I need that proviso again. I'm going to make a motion that we follow staff's recommendation, except for the criteria, the 9 criteria with respect to parking. And I want to add the proviso that Stephen, Mr. Kroll, gave us. And my reason is that the parking is across the street, and I'm not as convinced that the 9 criteria are met, and there is a solution. And so, and that I think would go a long way to address what apparently is the only concern of the neighborhood. So Stephen, can you either give me the proviso to add, or you add it? Say what
Yeah,
it is?
we'll add it. It's a standard proviso that simply requires off-street parking to be provided either on-site or at an off-site location, in which case would be the parking lot across the street.
Right. And so I guess just to amplify what I'm saying, I think it would allow the architectural integrity of the building to be maintained because the parking would be across the street. Yes, I'll entertain an amendment.
Yes. I'm not going to support it, but I have a reason why, and I want to share that. What if the parking lot across the street gets sold in the meantime and gets redeveloped, and then they have a proviso that they can't meet? And so I just would hate to impede progress when this building has been sitting for so long and is completely tagged, and it's just really an eyesore. And it's already, so I'm just concerned about that. So what is your thought process there?
That A, that they'll be able to find parking elsewhere, and B, that if it gets that developed, that the waiver of 30 some odd spaces is even more problematic because there's more development and there's a need for parking.
That particular area has Crescent Park, but there's really no other parking right there unless you're at the French Market Corporation for the parking along the river. But that's actually even farther down. I think that's farther than 300 feet from there. So I guess that's my concern, is that this seems to be the only parking, and that area is getting very developed. And so I just don't know if there's going to be any more available parking ever. And so I'd hate to delay a project for that reason, which is why I'm not going to support the motion.
Right. So, and also too, I won't support Commissioner Steve's
I don't
motion.
even have a second, so
Oh.
you might wait and
Oh,
see if it all dies. for a
So
second.
Madam Chair, does it die for lack of a second? Is there another second? If there's no second. Motion
Yeah, I mean,
dies. Oh, yeah, absolutely. All right, I'll move to support zoning docket 7222 as is recommended by staff and moving forward. One of the reasons I hear the opposition from the residents, but I also think that this is a historical building that will be put to good use and put back into commerce. And I think that the parking will be taken care of, or as we've seen lately, people are actually coming into the city and not actually even bringing vehicles. So for that reason, I'm gonna support the motion as is.
Looking for a second. Commissioner Lund seconds. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll call the question. Five yeas, one nay, motion passes. Commissioners. 5 yeas, one nay, motion passes. Next is zoning docket 7322.
City Council Motion 22-313 is an amendment to the text of the CZO to amend Article 24, Section 2414 B2B to exempt the area between I-510 and Downman Road and to make recommendations for any other amendments necessary. The proposed amendment would create an exception to the existing billboard prohibition on properties located within a design overlay corridor along I-10 between I-510 and Downman Road in New Orleans East. The affected properties are all located within C2 Auto-Oriented Commercial District, C3 Heavy Commercial District, LI Light Industrial District, or HI Heavy Industrial District, which all generally permit billboards except when also located within a design overlay corridor. Since those commercially and industrially zoned properties on this particular stretch of I-10 are also located within the CT Corridor Transformation Design Overlay District, billboards are currently prohibited. And there are currently no billboards along I-10 between Downman Road and I-510. The motion is proposing this text amendment in order to enable advertisement of local businesses and benefit the New Orleans East business community. Staff surveyed existing billboards along I-10 between Downman Road and the Jefferson Parish line on the East Bank and counted a total of 98 billboards. Only 17% of those billboards advertise a business location, while the large majority, 59%, advertise services. More than half of the services advertised are law firm services. In view of these numbers, and considering the city would not have the authority to regulate the content of billboard signage to favor one particular type of advertising over another, allowing new billboards along I-10 is not likely to benefit New Orleans East businesses in any significant manner. In 2019, the City Planning Commission staff was directed by the City Council to conduct a billboard study examining existing billboard regulations within the comprehensive zoning ordinance and providing recommendations for potential amendments. The billboard study generally concluded that billboards had many negative impacts on property values, aesthetics, and compatibility with surrounding land uses, safety, and quality of life. In its billboard study, staff found that the development of billboards, when considered as a land use, can be at odds with other development objectives. None of the policy options presented by staff to the City Council included expanding zoning allowances for billboards in New Orleans East. The first option was to maintain existing restrictions. The second was to provide trade incentives, allowing non-conforming billboards to digitize in exchange for removal. This option is not applicable to the petitioned area since there are no existing billboards along I-10 between Downman Road and I-510. The third and last option was to loosen restrictions by expanding permitted locations where billboards are compatible with surrounding uses. However, staff stated that while many areas along the New Orleans East portion of the I-10 corridor are zoned C2, C3, where billboards are a permitted use, this corridor is also zoned CT Corridor Transformation Design Overlay District, which
encompasses one of the prohibited locations for billboards. While assessing these areas, the staff noted that many of the commercial uses in these areas are oriented toward the interstate and are meant to be seen from the interstate. Many of the businesses include freestanding pole signs to catch the attention of motorists. The staff's recommendation stemming from the billboard study was to discourage allowing the expansion of billboards in these areas, as it could create visual clutter in combination with the other existing freestanding pole signs and could potentially block motorist views of these businesses. Staff believes that expanding zoning allowance for billboards by carving an exception in the design overlay district in which the affected properties are located would increase visual intrusions to the urban landscape and go against the intentions of the master plan. In light of the billboard study findings and recommendations, and considering the recent survey showing local businesses represent only a small percentage of billboard advertisements, the staff does not recommend carving an exception to the existing design overlay district restriction to allow billboard and recommends denial of zoning docket 7322.
Thank you. I have one card in support, John Jackson.
John Jackson, 201 Kent Avenue, Metairie. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity to allow me to speak my piece. So I started, 2 minutes goes quick, so I'm going to go quick. I started a billboard company over 25 years ago here in New Orleans. We're the only locally operated and owned billboard company left in town. We don't advertise gentlemen's clubs or adult bookstores. That's been our company policy for over 20 years. When you think about New Orleans East, it's easy. It's called undeniable economics. Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, Tennessee, all those people driving in, coming in from the east, coming in from the north, to get to New Orleans, this glorious place, where do they have to go by? New Orleans East. Bingo. We want them to come to New Orleans here in this glorious place to spend money, but we want them to spend a little money in New Orleans East first. And we want them to do the same on the way out. What's wrong with that? It's called equal opportunity, right? So that's what we're looking to do here. In 2013, the Federal Highway Administration concluded that digital billboards were not distracting, period. Driving accidents occur mostly by in-cab distractions, like texting on a cell phone, talking on a car phone, and family member squabbles. If anything, digital billboards and billboards in general keep drivers safely focused, looking forward within the frame of the windshield. Billboards add to property values. There is a report that contradicts the Snyder report called the Eco Corporation report in Philadelphia. And house values along the interstate system was down because they were by the interstate system, had nothing to do with billboards. In short, if billboards are so bad, then why does the rest of New Orleans have them? And less than 1 year ago, why did city planning itself promote digital billboards? So billboards and all of the economic benefits that they bring are good for everyone, as well as New Orleans East.
Time.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have one card in opposition, Dawn Abear. She left. Okay. That concludes the public portion. Are there any comments or questions for staff or a motion?
I move for denial in accordance with staff recommendation.
Seconded by Commissioner Lund. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll call the question. Vote your machines. Motion to now passes. Next is subdivision docket 1022.
So I'm going to do one presentation for the next two items, which are subdivision docket 1022 and 7122. They're by the same developer. They're in the same area, and it's really the same issue. This is reconsideration of two subdivisions that were approved earlier in the year. In both cases, the subdivisions which affect properties out by Lake Catherine, create a number of lots for rural development as camps and other things that are allowed in that zoning district. And in both cases, they are outside of the sewer and water system that is administered by the Sewage and Water Board, which means that they have to provide individual sewer systems for each lot and obtain DHH approval for that. The staff is proposing that the commission reconsider the two previous approvals to add a waiver for both approval that waives a requirement in the subdivision regulations that says sewer systems for each lot have to be installed before the subdivision can be granted final approval, meaning before the lots can be sold, before they can be developed, because ultimate development of these lots is, something that will take many years given the location and number of lots created. There's not an imminent need for each of them to have their own sewer system. And so instead we would like for the requirement to be that we can grant final approval now, and as the lots are eventually sold and developed, that sewer systems will have to be required for each lot on a lot by lot basis before a certificate of occupancy is issued to that lot. So what that means is that we are recommending that subdivision docket 1022 be reapproved, this time with 2 waivers and 5 provisos, and 7122 be reapproved, this time with 1 waiver and 2 provisos.
Thank you. I have one card for John Roulette. Okay. Did you want to speak on his behalf or say anything?
My name is Diane Bruyette. We live at 198 Blue Crane, Slidell, Louisiana. We bought property in this area in 2008 and have paid taxes and improved it over the past years. And I just wasn't sure where it was, where the subdivision was going. So we just came for information.
Okay, thank you.
I don't see it on there, though. Is that the picture of? That's not it, right?
No,
Okay.
that's a zoomed out. Okay, are there any questions for staff or motion? And do we have
I
to
make a motion on both subdivision docket requests at once?
I think we have to name them separately.
Okay. On subdivision docket 01022, I move that we recommend approval of the application as recommended in the staff report with 2 waivers and 5 provisos.
That's seconded by Commissioner Sieg. If there's no discussion, we'll call the question. Motion passes.
And next, with regard to subdivision 07122, I recommend that, I move that we recommend approval with 1 waiver and 5 provisos as recommended by staff.
Just to clarify, was that 2 provisos or 5 provisos?
The second one, 7110, is 1 waiver and 2 provisos.
So correction was recommend approval with 1 waiver and 2 provisos.
And that's seconded by Commissioner Sieg. We're just waiting to vote the machines. Is there any discussion? Okay, let's put on machines. Motion passes. Next up is the reconsideration of subdivision docket 7820.
This agenda item, subdivision docket 7820, is the reconsideration of the original request, which was granted tentative approval by the CPC at its November 10th, 2020 meeting. One of the provisos attached to that approval was that the Department of Parks and Parkways approve the applicant's landscape plan for the proposed affordable housing development. Unfortunately, Parks and Parkways approval was granted after the 1-year period allotted for survey certification and recordation, so the CPC's tentative approval expired. The original request by the Housing Authority of New Orleans in 2020 sought to reconfigure 4 vacant existing lots of record to create 7 lots in order to maximize the number of lots upon which affordable housing can be developed. Each of the proposed lots will measure 30 feet in width by 120 feet in depth, which complies with the bulk compliant requirements in the HURD2 zoning district where they're located. And it's also consistent with the residential lots in the surrounding area. The proposed lots will accommodate both single and 2-family residences in this zoning district. The request is consistent with the requirement of the subdivision regulations and the comprehensive zoning ordinance, as well as with the master plan. It should also be noted that this request is identical to the request that was put before you in 2020. There have been no changes whatsoever. Therefore, the staff recommends approval of subdivision docket 7820, subject to 1 waiver and 4 provisos.
Thank you. I have no cards on this item. No speaker cards. Looking for a motion.
Move approval in accordance with staff recommendation.
Seconded by Commissioner Witchery. If there's no discussion, we'll call the question. Motion passes. Next is the consideration of an extension for the submittal of the final development plans for zoning docket 1821.
So this and the next item are really for the same project. This is an affordable housing plan development that you approved a little bit over a year ago. The project hasn't been completed yet, which means they need an extension of the deadline to do that. A recent change to the zoning ordinance gave you as a commission the power to grant that extension. It's something that the staff supports, but you will need to vote to grant the extension.
Thank you.
Stephen, just to clarify, like, so how long will the staff recommending that we extend the deadline? How much time has?
You would extend it for 1 year.
1 year?
Yep.
We're waiting for the motion to show up on the machine.
I'll make a motion to extend the deadline on zoning docket item 01821.
Seconded by Commissioner Stewart. If there's no discussion, we'll call the question.
Oh.
We can. Yeah, that's fine. We'll have 5 yeas and 1 absent, I guess. Motion passes. Then you had mentioned that subdivision dot 9522 went with the prior one.
Yeah, so I can just do this real
Okay.
quickly. The Affordable Housing Plan development that approved the development of two-family residences on this site required that it be subdivided into individual lots. The truth is that it's already individual lots. They've just historically been owned together. And so to sort of clear up the record, there was a proviso requiring that they essentially reaffirm that they are individual lots through subdivision. That's what this does. It fulfills the proviso of the Affordable Housing Plan development, now allowing it to be approved, which is what the extension was granted for. And so the Planning Commission staff is in support of that. It's consistent with the ordinance. It's consistent with the subdivision regulations generally. So recommendation of approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions or a motion? I have no cards for this docket item.
I'll make a motion for staff recommendation, tentative approval with 4 provisos for zoning docket,
Subdivision.
subdivision docket 095-22.
Seconded by Commissioner Sieg. If there's no discussion, we'll call the question. Motion passes. Next up is subdivision docket 9922.
Subdivision docket 9922 is being reviewed according to Article 5, Section 518 of the subdivision regulations. This states that sidelines of a lot shall run at right angles to the street at which it faces as far as is practical. The regulations state that the commission will look with disfavor upon proposals that were with reversal of lot frontages that will result in required rear yards abutting required side yards or vice versa. In this case, the application represents a reversal in lot frontage from Fairfax Place to Aurora Drive. From the perspective of the subdivision regulations, this proposal would not present an improvement over the existing condition, as it would replace a conditional lot, which is compliant with regulations, with 2 non-compliant lots. The applicant makes this request in order to allow for the new lots with frontage along to have frontage along Aurora Drive rather than Fairfax Place. This request does not meet the criteria outlined in Policy B, as it cannot be considered a general improvement. It is the intent of the subdivision regulations to create a homogeneous lot pattern. The lot orientation in this neighborhood is relatively consistent, with lots usually backing each other or facing each other. While there are exceptions, the neighborhood overwhelmingly features homes fronting the east-west thoroughfares such as Fairfax Place, with the sides of home being oriented towards north-south streets such as Aurora Drive. Additionally, there's an alternative subdivision which given the minimum yard requirements for the zoning district could be considered. The applicant could choose to reorient their lots towards Fairfax Place rather than Aurora Drive. Because the application does not comply with the criteria outlined in Policy B of the subdivision regulations, staff recommends denial.
Thank you. I have one card for Brandon Gilson.
Hi, my name is Brandon Learson. I'm planning to develop 2 single-family homes on Aurora Street. The lot currently faces Fairfax, but along Aurora, there's at every intersection going to General Meyer lots that have backyard space on the side of other properties. It's consistent in the neighborhood. I grew up in the area and I'm definitely familiar with it. I brought a request that the commission suspend the rule. I brought little maps of the area, as well as letters of recommendation from all of the adjoining properties and other homeowners in the neighborhood.
I'll make a motion to suspend the rules so we can accept the documents from the applicant.
Looking for a second?
Second.
Thank you. All in favor? Aye.
Also, the staff recommended 50 by 140 lot or 50 by 100, but the lot sizes in that area require wider homes to stay consistent with the development in the area. If a 50-foot lot wouldn't be conducive to the current development that's in the area, the 70-foot wide lots along Aurora would be consistent with all of the development all the way up into General Meyer, even Patterson at the river.
So can you, the blue is the lot in question,
Yeah,
correct?
yes.
Okay.
Yes, so
Because
my
it's-
apologies.
No, it's been long afternoon.
Yeah,
Need
I
some help.
apologize. Yeah, so the blue is the lot in question. The large circles kind of indicate a property that's either signed a letter of support for the development, or the little circles are all lots along Aurora that are similar to the Fairfax lot that we're looking to convert to Aurora Street lots. So again, all the way up from Brunswick all the way to General Meyer, it's consistent. These corner lots, so from Brunswick, Fairfax, Kingston, Berkeley, Cambridge, Neal, and it goes on all the way up to General Meyer. Over 40 properties that face Aurora that have the same lot design that we're requesting.
And what's the X next to?
The X, so the X is the blighted property at 216 Fairfax. It's an eyesore, and I think it's going to hinder the potential to be able to really market the properties effectively.
So you're wanting to take the blue and divide it into two and build two houses?
Yes, ma'am. 2 single-family residential homes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So can I ask one question? So you said there were lots of them on Aurora that go this way. So I see the one at Kingston and Aurora that go, that front on Aurora, but I don't see any other ones.
So
maybe up at Neal.
Yeah, so Neal, so the stars, right? So 511 Aurora, there's a crossing street just as well. 3100 Aurora, there's a crossing street as well. 600 Aurora Drive, 701, 3300, 3326, 904, 906, 909, 1020, 1107, and 1250. All are corner lots, the same as we're requesting.
So are there lots in the neighborhood that would be similar to what the re-subdivision would be?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And those are identified as the circles?
Yes, so the circles inside the circles inside of the larger circles with the smaller circles on the inside indicate those lots that are designed like what we're proposing.
Can staff verify that at all?
We didn't do a granular house-to-house survey of the entire neighborhood. The report was sort of a generalization of the trends of the grid in this neighborhood, or if you want to call it a grid.
Are there any other questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Okay. And again, all adjoining properties that actually touch the property besides the blighted property that's been blighted pre-Katrina, all homeowners are in support of it.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for staff or a motion? Those are all the cards I have. The only card I have.
I have a question for the applicant. So if you subdivide the way that you're trying to subdivide, you've already verified that you'll be able to build 2 single-family houses with the appropriate setbacks and everything
Yes, sir.
that's required?
Yep, a crab survey is attached to the documents that that was submitted with the proposal. Yes, it has been, the way it's proposed would accommodate the city setbacks.
And what are the dimensions of the lots you want? I can't read that far.
70 by 110.
70, and then the city wants you to, the staff wants you to orient it the other
50,
way.
Yeah, 50 foot
by,
lots. They say 50 by 100 in the plan, but it would be 50 by 140
Yeah,
based on the lot dimension.
so is there, so you're saying 50 by 140 is not marketable? You mean you can't build on it?
No, it's just not conducive to what's in the neighborhood currently. Most of the houses are like 45 to 50 feet wide. So to stay consistent with that, that 50-foot lot, it would make the house smaller. It would be noticeably smaller than other houses in the neighborhood.
I mean, narrower, but maybe deeper.
Yes.
I come from where 30 by 120 is gigantic. So 50 by 140 is, you know. But I hear what you're saying.
Thank you.
I have a question for the applicant. So there's no examples of 2 houses being built on a similar size lot, correct? Like,
So if you look at the top of the map that I drew at Neil, I believe that maybe, I believe that's going to be 3112 and 3131 Aurora. Those are examples of 2 lots that are the exact same way as the proposed subdivision with houses currently on them.
I think that's 300 Neil. 300 Neil, if you was looking at it.
yes.
So I'll go ahead. Oh, go ahead, Katie.
I was going to make a motion to go against staff recommendation based on our primary research here of this map and also looking at Google Maps. It seems that there are other houses built on smaller lots. And so that would be my motion to go ahead and approve the request.
And seconded by Commissioner Lund. Is there any discussion? If not, we'll vote our machines. Motion passes. Best of luck. Thank you. Next up is subdivision 10422.
All right, thank you. Subdivision 10422. From the perspective of the subdivision regulations, the proposal would represent an improvement over the existing condition as it will replace 3 lots with substandard lot area and lot depth with 2 lots that are closer in compliance with the lot area requirement. The applicant makes this request in order to develop the proposed lots with single-family dwellings. According to the subdivision regulations, according to the CZO regulations, Article 11, Section 11.3A1, Table 11.2A, lots developed with single-family dwellings within the HURD2 district are to provide a minimum lot area of 2250 square feet per dwelling unit and a minimum lot width of 30 feet and a minimum lot depth of 90 feet. The existing lots will each provide approximately 1,260 square feet in area, 30 feet in width, and 43 feet in depth. While the lot depth would remain significantly substandard, the proposal would create 2 new lots of record that would each measure roughly 1935 square feet in area. Based on this analysis, the staff concludes that the approval criteria of policy B are met. While the proposed lots are still below the minimum lot area and lot depth dimensions required by the district, the staff finds that the proposal is an improvement over the existing condition because it creates 2 new lots that are closer in compliance with the regulations for single-family developments. Prior to final approval, the applicant would be required to obtain variances from the Board of Zoning Adjustments to permit the creation of 2 lots with insufficient lot area and insufficient lot depth. The staff therefore recommends tentative approval subject to 3 provisos.
Thank you. I have no cards on this docket. Is there anyone here to speak on this? No. Look, are there any questions or motion?
Move for approval in accordance with staff recommendation.
Seconded by Commissioner Wintry. There's no discussion. We'll call the question. Motion passes. Now, the master plan amendment considerations.
Madam Chair, City of New Orleans Home Rule Charter requires that the city have a master plan and outlines the procedure that must be followed for its amendment. Following Hurricane Katrina in 2008, the voters of New Orleans approved amendments to the city charter requiring consistency between the master plan's land use chapter and land use actions, and they outlined public participation processes. The master plan is a living document that is meant to be amended over time. Master plan that we have today was originally adopted in 2010. Its development started after Hurricane Katrina over a 4-year period with the direct involvement of over 5,000 citizens. Since the original adoption, the master plan has been through 2 amendment periods, each taking a couple years to complete. City charter states that the City Planning Commission must consider whether to open the master plan for amendments at least once every 5 years and no more than once per year. Staff recommends that the master plan should be open for amendment requests because first, it has been almost 5 years since the last amendments were adopted, and we are prompted to do so by the city charter. And secondly, that there are areas of the city that may have an inappropriate designation that do not reflect the historic development pattern or prevent the consideration of new desired developments. To expedite the process, the staff recommends that amendments should be limited to the future land use map. However, text amendments may be considered on a separate track next year rather than waiting another few years. Also, to expedite the process, the staff recommends that the public submit future land use map amendment requests through individual council members. City Planning Commission and the Mayor's Office and the City Council are all authorized to submit master plan amendments. Staff also recommends the schedule shown on the screen. These are not legal deadlines, so they are all open for discussion. September 13th, we're holding the public hearing of whether to consider the master plan or open the master plan for amendments. October 14th, the tentative deadline for submission of amendment requests with public requests being routed through city council members. And late 2022, early 2023, in accordance with the city charter, public meetings being held at locations throughout the city in planning districts. The timing of that would be dependent on the application method that you approve and the ultimate number of requests that are received, as we have to do a completeness review and map them in preparation for the planning district meetings. So in short, the staff recommends opening the master plan amendment period with this schedule.
And just to clarify that, the date that reads 1/15/22 is supposed to read 1/15/23.
23.
23, okay. I have a few comment cards on the master plan. Thank you so much for waiting.
Well past considering the time, but we support amending the master plan.
Thank you so much. Are you Buck Landry?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
For staying this late, you really need to get more time.
You should really say
know?
more. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, and I'm Jack Ronsolette at 5 Bear Creek in New Orleans, 70131, and we came together and waited together, and we are very interested in the amendments, especially in the lower coast of Algiers where we live, but we don't own the property that we are interested in seeing zoning changes for, and so we're not sure of the process. And that's what we were trying to determine in terms of submission, the forms that we've seen, that they're for property owners. So we didn't know if there was any way that we could have some input other than a planning district meeting. I'm not sure. If you could answer that for us, we would be delighted.
Sure. Executive Director?
I can take a shot at that. So what I would recommend is that if you haven't already, contact your council member's office.
Oh, we have.
Okay, your council member can submit a proposed revision to the master plan as we're proposing it. So I would suggest that you work with your council member to do that.
And that is by the 14th? Is that-
Correct. And I know it's on his radar. He attended the design review meeting that I believe y'all were
That
there
we're
too.
famous for?
Yes. So that would be the best avenue, I think, would be to work with your council member.
We've been trying that. No other
Okay.
alternative, right?
Okay.
That's it. That's our choice.
I mean, she can make comment.
You can certainly at any of the meetings.
So that will be after the submission date.
Correct. If you want to reach out and contact our office, we can spend a lot more time talking through the process and other options that you may have for input.
Okay, thank you. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
And Paul, just to clarify that for multiple lots, do you have to be one of the property owners of one of the lots in order to do that, or can you submit as a property owner anywhere in the city for that?
If we were doing a process where we were accepting applications directly from the public, then you would need to be a property owner. But if it is as recommended by staff, then the city council, city planning commission, or mayor's office can all submit an amendment for any part of the city.
But just again, to clarify, if they are property owners in the city, they could submit a request for multiple properties and submit that to the council member.
Sure. I don't know that they even need to be residents of the city.
Okay.
They
Did y'all
could be property
y'all
owners.
understand that?
We're residents of the district.
Mhm.
13 is our district. And it is multiple properties that we
That's
just recently identified that we
Right.
would like to change the zoning.
so what I would suggest if, and just clarifying it with Paul is go ahead and fill out an application.
It doesn't really work for us when
We don't
you,
have standing because the application calls for the owner.
yeah, they want to put the property owner down. I mean, I can list the property owner, but
We have like 98% of the residents of
Well,
zoning district 13 that's willing to do.
no,
it.
I'm
We don't.
I'm aware of that.
so we
I'll
just modify it a little
clarify
bit.
that. What should they do with the application? If they can submit a request to their council member, how would they do that with the given form that we have?
So we haven't put out a form yet for this amendment period, but we have one developed. It's a one-page form. It's really just a matter of identifying the property that is proposed to be changed. So
And when is
will-
that going to be live?
it'll be live tomorrow.
Okay, so
Okay, so tomorrow we'll be able to get the form.
And
We had
it'll be posted.
It's a one-page form.
Right, the form that's up there now, just to clarify, there was a process that we did several years ago. And I believe the form is still up on our website. Is that correct?
I think
not,
we've
not that
printed
I'm
it.
aware of, it. It may be, they may be looking at the zoning change form.
We're looking at a land use
Well,
change
it is a
form.
zoning change.
It's a zoning
form.
change form.
It is. a-
Okay,
But
so
he's saying there'll be a new form.
there'll be a
tomorrow.
new form for the master plan process that will be posted tomorrow.
And there's a fee associated with it. So is that fee for each parcel?
There's no fee that for the master plan. Is that correct?
Right, there'll be no fee as we recommended it with everything, all the public requests being routed to the council. member.
Right, so there's no fee. You would submit it to the council member, and then the council member would choose whether to forward it.
Okay. We'll give it a
So,
best shot.
yes, and if you and all of your neighbors want to collaborate on one or submit separate ones, that's all acceptable too. All right,
Great. Thank you.
okay.
Thank you. So we need to make a motion to revise the master plan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to revise the master. plan.
Commissioner Stewart seconds. If there's no discussion, call the question. Motion passes. Subdivision ratifications.
And this is just ratifying those we've deemed to be administratively approvable.
Looking for a motion.
I move to ratify the subdivisions as listed.
Last time we did charge fees.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Witchery. If there's no discussion, call the question. Ratifications passed. There are 2 items for deferral. Subdivision, zoning docket 7022 and the capital improvement plan draft.
I'll make a motion to,
What are the dates? Do you know the dates?
So for zoning docket 7022, it's to 10/25 and the CIP is to the next meeting on the 27th.
I'll make a motion to defer zoning docket 070-22 to 1025. And I'll make another motion Can it all be in one?
No, I think we have
Stephen?
to
It has to
do-
be separate.
Yeah, we
I
need to
I
do them
know,
separately,
I was
please.
like, is
Don't
anyone
skip
listening to
steps.
me?
You're so close. Don't skip the steps.
It was only a test for our new legal, right? Which is a test.
Okay, so she can stay.
Okay, so we have deferral for zoning docket 7022 to 1025. We have a motion and a second. There we go.
And then I'm making a motion
Well,
to,
let us vote on this one.
oh, I thought we did.
We
We
didn't.
did. Right? You got cut
It
off.
got cut off. Here we go. Now let's vote our machines. Motion for deferral. Commissioner Stewart's listed twice. There you go. Passes. And Commissioner Witchery, if you want to say the next one.
I'll make a motion to defer zoning docket, or no, the capital improvement plan known as CIP to 27th of September.
Seconded by Commissioner Lund. There's no discussion. We'll call the question. Motion to defer passes. That concludes our business for today. We did it. Looking for a motion for adjournment.
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you, team.